inscribing a formation in the air. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a quintessential essence ribbon flew forward at high speed. It wrapped around a round platform and with a pull, his body floated forward. As for Wang Yan, after exchanging a punch with Lu Ming, he used the force of the collision to charge forward at high speed. "You guys, kill him." Wang Yan's voice rang out as he instructed his men of sacrifice. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would also fall into the abyss. Buzz! Buzz! The few men of sacrifice who had set off earlier turned back and charged at Lu Ming. The few men of sacrifice at the side did the same. The strength of these death warriors were all extremely terrifying. They were actually all peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier strength. They were not afraid of death and only knew how to obey orders. And NBSP, whoosh! Whoosh! A terrifying sword radiance burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's quintessential essence ribbon while the other sword radiances slashed at him. In an instant, Lu Ming was in a situation where he would die. Wang Xingtian and the others all smiled. "Huh, Lu Ming, go to hell." Up ahead, Wang Yan laughed heartily. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged through the abyss and into the door of light. Bang! The round platform that Lu Ming had tied with the essential core ribbon also collapsed. In front of Lu Ming, there were a few men of sacrifice. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. On the body of the 9-dragon bloodline, there were 4 golden chakra, which were extremely dazzling. In the next few months, Lu Ming cultivated in the ferocious beast's secret realm. The demonic beast's blood essence he hunted was all used to enhance his 9-dragon bloodline. He didn't upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline for the time being. The main thing was that if the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline continued to improve and reach divine level 4, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would be equivalent to a true low-grade divine level martial technique. With his current true energy, he would not be able to execute it at all. Right now, the prison-suppressing heavenly art was equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique at its peak. The rate at which it consumed true origin was already extremely terrifying, and there was no need to continue upgrading it for the time being. The devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had reached the 4th level of the divine level, was extremely terrifying. With a long howl, the devouring power burst forth and enveloped more than 10 men of sacrifice. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the blood essence, fresh blood, and vital essence of the dozen or so death warriors were all devoured, turning into a dozen or so dried corpses. Then, he took a step forward and an array appeared in the void. Lu Ming stepped on the array and his body flew forward like a rocket. After flying for a while, he took another step and another formation appeared in the void. Lu Ming repeated the same trick and stepped on the formation, continuing to move forward. After a few times, Lu Ming crossed the abyss and flew to the other side, arriving at the door of light. At this moment, all the round platforms above the abyss collapsed. Lu Ming turned around slowly and looked at Wang Xingtian and the rest. "I'll kill anyone from the Wang family I see. Also, the others better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill them too." Having said that, Lu Ming turned around, stepped into the door of light and disappeared. That damned little bastard. He can actually inscribe a formation in the air. How is that possible? Wang Xingtian was furious. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To inscribe an array in the air, one had to be at least a level 7 alchemist. How could Lu Ming be a level 7 blacksmith? How could his Tao of inscription be so strong? With such a powerful Tao of inscription and a powerful martial cultivation, how terrifying would it be? He couldn't help but worry about the Wang clan's prodigy. This time, who knows who will kill who? Bai Shijin sneered. Wang Xingtian looked at Bai Shijin coldly and said, "How dare your talisman amulet sect protect Lu Ming and even provide him with resources for his cultivation? Just wait for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's revenge. Without the talisman amulet Sek's help, he did not believe that Lu Ming's inscription Dao could reach that level. I'll keep you company. Let's go. Bai Shijin was unyielding. After leaving those words, he left through the teleportation vortex. Du Songjue and the others did the same. After that, the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley all left through the teleportation vortex and returned to their respective sections. The Battle of Providence would last for a year, and only after the ancient city of Providence appeared would the final battle take place to determine the final ranking. From there, the ancient city of Providence would descend with luck. Now, the people outside had to wait. Lu Ming stepped into the light door. The next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a forest. In the surroundings, ancient trees towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all trees that would take more than a dozen people to wrap their arms around. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Also, I can sense the essence of the world so clearly here. Lu Ming sensed it and his eyes were filled with shock. He found that the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was so dense that it was almost solid. The surrounding milky white fog was formed by the heaven and earth spiritual chi. The spiritual chi here was equivalent to the total spiritual chi of a supreme-grade spiritual crystal. Furthermore, the essence realm of heaven and earth here could be sensed very clearly, dozens of times more than the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment would allow one's cultivation base to advance at a tremendous pace. This was simply a holy land for cultivation. It was no wonder that everyone wanted to participate in the Battle of Providence. Even if they didn't want any other opportunities, just cultivating here for a year was a great opportunity. I'll refine the blood essence energy first. Immediately, Lu Ming waved his fingers and carved a large array around him. Blue mental energy fire emanated from his fingertips. Lu Ming was still a 6th-level alchemist and had not broken through to the 7th level. When he was at the observatory, he had lit up 9 blue spirit lamps. In the following months, he had successfully lit up the 10th blue spirit lamp. Level 6, full circle. All 6 levels were at perfection. How exuberant was his mental energy fire! How powerful was his spiritual power! He was even more powerful than some inscription masters who had just broken through to rank 7. Therefore, when Lu Ming was at level 6, he was able to inscribe an array in the air and carve the array onto the void. It was mysterious and unpredictable. How could Wang Xingtian have thought of this? He had thought that Lu Ming was a level 7 inscriber. In an instant, a huge illusory formation was carved. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence and essential core of the more than 10 death warriors that he had just devoured. However, when he was refining it, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of shock in his eyes. This time, he found that the 9-dragon bloodline not only devoured blood essence, vital essence, and blood, but also intent runes. That's right, the bloodline of the 9 dragons had devoured the intent runes of those death warriors. There's the wind, fire, and water concepts. Can the 9-dragon bloodline devour concept runes and refine them for its own use? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly. If that was the case, then it was too heaven-defying. Intent realm, blood essence, true essence, and other energies were different. Intent realm relied on comprehension. Could it be devoured and refined? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. We'll know once we try. Lu Ming immediately began to refine it. Meeting another 3-eyed god. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Other than shock, there was also joy in his eyes. It could really be refined. Lu Ming discovered that other than energy such as blood essence, fresh blood, and vital essence that could be refined, intent runes could also be refined. Although the intent runes could not be completely refined and a large part would be lost in the process of refining, there was still a part that was integrated into Lu Ming's own intent runes. In an instant, Lu Ming's comprehension of the intent increased by leaps and bounds, and he improved rapidly. This feeling was extremely profound and difficult to describe in words. After refining all the intent runes of the Death Warriors, his wind and fire intents had improved greatly. Since he had not comprehended the water concept, Lu Ming made the water concept runes dissipate. Lu Ming's current mood could only be described as ecstatic. He could even devour intent runes and turn them into his own. In the future, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming could not help but burst out laughing. So what if he had comprehended many intent realms? The more he comprehended, the faster he could improve. Lu Ming's heart started to race. He was thinking if he should comprehend other concepts. Otherwise, it would be a waste if he devoured them. Forget it. I'll wait for a while. It's not wise to comprehend a new intent right now. It'll hinder my cultivation speed. I'll consider it after the battle of providence is over. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now was not the time to be impulsive. There were great opportunities in the battle of providence. In such an environment, other people's cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, if he comprehended a new intent realm now, his cultivation would not improve for a period of time even with the 9-dragon bloodline. In the battle of providence, it was not wise to fall behind by one step. What is this place? Lu Ming immediately began to observe. He flew high into the sky and looked around. All around him were mountains and ancient trees. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. There's quite a lot of spirit herbs here. After flying for some time, Lu Ming discovered a few stalks of spiritual medicine growing on a cliff. There were 3 of them in total, and they were the superior grade 6 grade spirit medicine, returning origin grass. Lu Ming flew down and waved his hand. His essential core rolled out and he plucked the 3 returning origin herbs. The moment Lu Ming plucked the returning origin grass, a light suddenly flashed in front of him. Then, a jade book condensed and formed. This jade book only had 2 pages, and there was a line of words on the surface, 3 points. This is the Book of Destiny. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he was secretly amazed. It was said that the Battle of Providence was extremely mysterious. The first year was a time to search for opportunities to improve one's cultivation and also a time to accumulate providence. Yes, to accumulate fate. During the Battle of Providence, if one could find ruins, treasures, or inheritances of experts, not only would they obtain great opportunities, but they would also obtain providence. During this period, even if you found a spiritual herb or a precious material, it would accumulate fate. Some people were lucky and could casually find a treasure trove, obtain a legacy, and obtain a massive amount of fate. Every person who participated in the Battle of Providence would obtain a Book of Providence the first time they obtained providence. The amount of providence one had accumulated, whether it was strong or weak, would all be converted into providence value, which would be displayed on the Book of Providence. It was truly a miraculous sight. It was said that luck was not only useful for one's own body, but also for one's family and friends if one obtained enough luck. It could make their luck and even their talent stronger. It would also be of great use to the sect they were in. It was said that the sect master of the sect would be the one who would receive the most benefits. This was also why the major forces attached great importance to the Battle of Providence. They did not hesitate to open all the cultivation holy lands to cultivate young geniuses. Luck was a mysterious thing, but it was extremely wonderful. In short, it had endless wonderful uses, and the more the better. Some people guessed that it might be a type of energy, an extremely mysterious energy. Furthermore, if you killed the person who had accumulated fate, you could also take a portion of the fate from him. Therefore, in the battle for providence, bloody massacres were bound to happen in the end to seize the providence of others. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the front. It seemed that someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and rushed over. When he was not far away, Lu Ming rushed up a big tree and hid between the branches, looking ahead. This is... Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw it. He was shocked. In front of them were two burly beings covered in black scales. They were attacking a human heaven's favorite. There were two horns on the heads of the two creatures and an eye in the middle of their brows. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of living being. Three-eyed god race. This was the three-eyed god that Lu Ming had encountered on the small island when he first entered the heaven realm. How was this possible? Why would they encounter a three-eyed god here? Could this place be the heaven realm? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The two three-eyed gods were at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, while the human was at the 5th level. He was no match for the two three-eyed gods. He roared in anger, but it was useless and he was completely suppressed. Whoosh! Two beams of light shot out from the third eye of the two three-eyed god race beings. One was a beam of lightning, and the other was a beam of fire. The two beams of light pierced through the void and killed the sovereign. Lu Ming did not appear to save her. Unless it was someone from the Talisman sect, two of the other three forces wanted to kill Lu Ming. The other was the Heavenly Corpse sect, which also had a great grudge against Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming take action? These humans have appeared again. They appear once every 20 years. Let's go back and report to the captain. One of the three-eyed gods said. And NBSP, the two three-eyed god race beings then rose into the air and left. Lu Ming flew out and his devouring power erupted, devouring the human's energy. From their tone, the three-eyed god race should be stationed here and should be very familiar with this area. If I want to search for treasures or the abodes of experts, I don't know how long I'll have to charge in blindly by myself. Obtaining information from these three-eyed god race members is the best choice. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming's body moved and he chased after the two three-eyed gods. 10,000 miles later, Lu Ming saw other three-eyed gods in a forest. There were a total of 11 of them, and it was clear that they were a small team. The two three-eyed gods from before were currently reporting something to an especially muscular three-eyed god. The strongest one should be at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Kill! A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he dashed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spears materialized and shot toward the three-eyed god. Immediately, 7 of the weaker three-eyed gods were pierced by Lu Ming's spear and killed. There were 4 more, 2 at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier and 2 at the 8th level. Their reactions were slightly faster, and they dodged the spear. Valley of the Demonic Trees. Damn the human race. A three-eyed god at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm roared in anger. A golden beam of light shot out from his eyes, piercing towards Lu Ming like a sharp sword. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and dispersed the light beam. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that these three-eyed gods were very powerful. They were generally stronger than humans, and even comparable to some human geniuses. Lu Ming did not believe that the other party was a genius of the three-eyed god race. From the looks of it, he was just an ordinary three-eyed god. Bang! Lu Ming crushed the beam of light, stepped forward, and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art. He slammed his palm onto the three-eyed celestial's body. A large part of the three-eyed god's body caved in, and his muscular body was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters, devoid of any life. Quickly retreat. When the remaining 3 three-eyed gods saw that Lu Ming had killed their team leader with a single move, they immediately knew that they had encountered an opponent that they could not defeat. They shouted in anger and fled in different directions. You want to leave? Stay here. With a single 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, he caught up to another 9th level spiritual ocean tier expert in the blink of an eye and struck down with his palm. This time, Lu Ming didn't kill him. He only severely injured the three-eyed god before he chased after the other two. After cultivating in the ferocious beast secret realm for several months, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects. He had even cultivated the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps to the 6th step, and its power was comparable to the peak of a high-grade demigod martial technique. His speed was extremely fast, and it did not take long for him to injure the remaining 2 three-eyed gods. And NBSP, he threw the 3 three-eyed god race members together. Now, what do I ask you? What are you going to answer? Do you understand? Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 3 three-eyed gods. Don't even think about it, human. If you want to kill, just kill. Don't expect me to say anything. One of the three-eyed gods roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and devouring power burst forth, enveloping the three-eyed god. The three-eyed god immediately wailed in pain before his body rapidly withered and turned into a dried corpse. All the essence was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. And NBSP, seeing this terrifying sight, the 2 remaining three-eyed gods began to tremble in fear. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the 2 remaining three-eyed gods. Speak, I'll speak. I'll tell you anything you ask. One of them shouted. I'll also say it. The other one quickly nodded. Okay, let me ask you, what is this place? Is it in the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked. Heaven realm? I don't know. I was born here, and according to the clan's legend, we've been living here for countless years. One of the three-eyed gods said. You don't know. Lu Ming frowned. I've read about it in an ancient book of my clan. The ancient book recorded that our ancestors didn't seem to have lived here in the beginning. They seem to have been captured by someone and brought to this place. Later on, they couldn't get out, so they lived here and reproduced our clan. The other three-eyed god was shocked when he saw Lu Ming frowning. He answered in a trembling voice. Your ancestor was captured and brought here. Lu Ming was even more puzzled. That's right. After that, I don't know when it started, but every 20 years, you human youths would come and hunt down my kind. After a while, all of you would disappear. A three-eyed race member said. Every 20 years, a young human will arrive. That should be the Battle of Providence. However, the Battle of Providence takes place in a different region each time. Those who come and go should be people from other regions, or even people from other continents beyond the sea. Lu Ming made a guess. Is there anything special around here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there are some strange places. Some places are very dangerous, and my clan doesn't dare to enter. Some places, once my clan enters, we will be killed. The three-eyed god replied. Do you have a map? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there's a map in our captain's storage ring. Now that we've said everything we need to say, can you let us go? One of the three-eyed gods asked carefully. Let you go? When did I say I would let you go? Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 2 spear lights shot out and killed 2 three-eyed gods. And NBSP, he then controlled his 9 dragon bloodline to devour the three-eyed god's blood essence. Then, 11 storage rings appeared in his hand. What? At this moment, a jade book flew out of Lu Ming's glabella. It was the Book of Destiny, and some words appeared on it. You have killed a three-eyed god and obtained 313 luck points. Lu Ming's total luck value had become 316 points. Killing a three-eyed god can actually give me fate value. And in such a huge amount? Lu Ming was shocked. He had obtained 3 level 6 spiritual herbs, but he had only obtained 2 or 3 luck points. He didn't think that killing 11 three-eyed gods would give him so many luck points. Then, his figure flickered and he left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining his blood essence and energy. The three-eyed god race cultivated the will of heaven and earth as well. The light that shot out from their third eye was condensed from the will of heaven and earth and an energy that was different from true essence. Some of the 11 three-eyed gods had comprehended the intent of thunder and the intent of fire. A part of the heaven and earth intent runes had been integrated into Lu Ming's intent runes, and Lu Ming's mastery of the intent of thunder and fire had improved. The thunder and fire intents have already reached the limit of the second level completion, and I'm only one step away from the third level intent. The wind intent is also about the same. As for the earth intent, it hasn't reached the peak of the second level completion yet, causing my current cultivation to only reach the peak of the 8th level spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was deep in thought. His current cultivation was precisely at the peak 8th level spiritual ocean tier. After refining it, Lu Ming took out the storage rings he had obtained from the three-eyed god and looked through them one by one. There were all sorts of things in the storage ring. Lu Ming kept them all. He found a map in one of the storage rings and opened it to take a look. Within 1,000,000 miles, there are several strange places. I should go and take a look at these places. First, I should go to the Demon Tree Canyon, which is the closest to this place. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and made a decision. The Valley of the Demonic Trees was tens of thousands of miles away and was the closest. After keeping the map, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the Demon Tree Canyon. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Demon Tree Canyon. In front of them was a huge valley filled with mist. What? Lu Ming's moving figure suddenly stopped. At the entrance of the valley, he saw a group of figures. They were all young people from the outside world. Some were from the Heavenly Corpse sect, some were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and some were even from the demon clan of the Heavenly Demon Valley. The three parties stopped at the entrance of the valley and seemed to be looking inside. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming! It's you! A cold shout rang out. Di Feng! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Emperor's Sword. Among the crowd, Lu Ming saw Di Feng. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was the descendant of Martial Emperor Di. Di Feng's eyes glinted with killing intent when he saw Lu Ming. In addition, the demons of the Sky Demon Valley also looked at him with cold eyes. Lu Ming, Wang Yan said that he wanted to keep you outside. It seems like he didn't succeed. It just so happens that you're the person the Martial Emperor Ancestor wants. If I cripple you and bring you back to the Martial Emperor Ancestor, I'll definitely make a great contribution. A powerful aura emanated from Di Feng, as a sharp sword chi burst forth from him. As I said before, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Di Yi's descendant, you should collect some interest first. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Kill. Di Feng waved his hand, and 7 figures appeared behind him. The 7 figures were all men of sacrifice wearing black robes and carrying long swords on their backs. In reality, there were over 20 people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There were over 10 death warriors, and the rest were the young geniuses and genius characters. It was obvious that Di Feng was the leader. Each of the 7 death warriors had a cultivation at the peak of the 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The 7 of them worked together to form a battle formation that was seamless as they charged toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi swept across, and the sword radiance was like a net that enveloped Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the sword radiance was shattered. The huge palm force made the 7 men of sacrifice spit out blood and fly back. Devour! His left palm clenched into a fist and a terrifying devouring force erupted. The 7 men of sacrifice could not control their bodies at all and were devoured by Lu Ming. Their blood essence, true vitality, and even intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 7 dried corpses. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Directly devouring people into mummies, this scene was too evil. What an overbearing demonic technique. A paragon from the Heavenly Corpse sect cried out in shock. The cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Corpse sect were all evil and powerful. Some of them could also turn people into mummies, but the speed was not as fast as this. It was too overbearing. Evil and crooked path must be cut off. Di Feng's voice was ice-cold, filled with killing intent. Buzz. The sound of a sword clashing rang out as Di Feng stepped out. A terrifying sword might burst forth, and a golden sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. With 4 concepts surrounding him, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and collided with the golden sword radiance. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the golden sword radiance dissipated. Lu Ming, you're quite capable, but you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Di Feng let out a long howl as a golden combat sword appeared above his head. A golden dragon was coiled around the hilt of the sword, giving off a mighty aura and endless sword light. 4 golden chakras were floating around the combat sword. Divine level 4th rank bloodline. The Emperor sword is a bloodline unique to the Di family. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was said that the direct bloodline of the Di family, headed by Martial Emperor Di, had been passed down through the bloodline of the Emperor sword. Of course, the same bloodline had different levels. Some were level 1 deities, while others were level 2 deities. The power was also completely different. I'll kill you today. Di Feng's cold voice rang out. His body transformed into a ray of light, merging into the Emperor sword. Instantly, the sword chi soared into the sky, and the sword power was vast and mighty. The Emperor sword moved and the wind and clouds were split in half. The terrifying combat sword slashed down at Lu Ming's head, intending to split him in half. Di Feng was indeed very strong. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was undoubtedly a divine level cultivation technique. With the addition of the 4th level divine bloodline Emperor sword, the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. He could definitely fight with an expert of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was more than just at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Boom! Lu Ming immediately burst out with dragon energy, and scales appeared. He activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the combat sword. Clang! A melodious voice was heard. The Emperor's sword trembled continuously and was actually sent flying. The others were shocked. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was actually sent flying by a single punch from Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? Could it be that he had already surpassed Di Feng? Kill! Lu Ming strode forward, clenched his fist, and punched the Emperor's sword again. World-slaying sword. Di Feng's furious roar came from the Emperor sword. The sword power was vast and the killing intent was sharp as it charged towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword and the fist collided, and the Emperor sword trembled even more violently. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming swung his fist and attacked again. The Emperor's sword trembled continuously and the sword power that was spreading from the sword was weakening. Bang! In the end, the Emperor's sword exploded, revealing Di Feng's figure. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed him in all aspects. How was this possible? He found it hard to accept. Back at the 9 Dragons exchange meet, although Lu Ming was strong, Di Feng was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. During this period of time, his cultivation level had increased again. However, he was not Lu Ming's match and was defeated. Why was Lu Ming's improvement speed so terrifying? So what if your cultivation is stronger than mine? Can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode forward, charging towards Di Feng. Buzz! Di Feng did not hesitate, turning into a beam of light as he flew towards the other side. Although there were many people at the entrance of the canyon, Di Feng was clear that none of them could stop Lu Ming. If they stayed, they would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. You want to leave? Have you asked me? Lu Ming stepped out, his body like a stream of light, chasing after Di Feng. Di Feng was terrified. He took out a 7th-level spiritual weapon, but it was broken into two by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! Lu Ming's punch was so powerful that it pierced through the void, causing Di Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Di Feng was even more shocked and desperately tried to escape. At this moment, a purple light was approaching them at an extreme speed. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. That figure was Wang Yan. Wang Yan, save me. Seeing Wang Yan, Di Feng was overjoyed and rushed towards Wang Yan with all his might. Lu Ming, you're not dead. Wang Yan was shocked to see Lu Ming. Previously, when they were crossing the abyss, he had given Lu Ming a fatal blow and even ordered the Death Warrior to snipe Lu Ming. Under that situation, the round platform had already collapsed. He concluded that Lu Ming had fallen into the abyss and died. He was naturally shocked to see Lu Ming. Whoosh! Like a purple flame, Wang Yan crossed the void and appeared in front of Di Feng. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. Alright, since that's the case, let me finish you off myself. On Wang Yan's body, purple flames danced. With Wang Yan as the center, it directly formed a black hole. Over there, other than him, it seemed as if everyone else's physical matter had been burned to ashes. I've said it before. I'll definitely kill you. Now that I've run into you, it's just right. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he pounced towards Wang Yan. Compared to Di Feng, he wanted to kill Wang Yan more. A fist covered in scales flew towards Wang Yan. At the same time, Wang Yan also stepped forward and threw a punch. Chapter 904 Battling Wang Yan. The two fists collided, and the space kept shaking. Wang Yan's body trembled as he retreated 3 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he took 2 steps back. However, his arm was covered in a layer of purple flames. The terrifying flames were terrifyingly hot, as if they were going to burn Lu Ming's arm to ashes. Even with the protection of the scale armor, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain. The true war dragon technique circulated, and the 4 wills burst forth and condensed on his arm. A sizzling sound immediately came from his arm, and the flame was extinguished. What a terrifying flame! Die! You're courting death! Wang Yan roared as the flames on his body grew even more terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a man of fire, and even his hair was covered in flames. A dragon's roar was heard as Lu Ming released 2 more bursts of dragon energy. Wang Yan was very strong. His cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit ocean realm, and he was half a step into the spirit embryo realm. His intent had also reached level 3. At the same time, his bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, and the bloodline martial techniques he comprehended from his bloodline were also high-grade demigod martial techniques. It could be said that he was not much weaker than Lu Ming in terms of intent and martial arts techniques. His cultivation base had also increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's greatest advantage was his rich essential core and dragon power. With 3 bursts of dragon energy, Lu Ming was extremely powerful and his strength seemed to be endless. Boom! Boom! As he and Wang Yan clashed, a terrifying storm of energy swept out in all directions. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner of the battle between the two. In the distance, Di Feng was extremely shocked. When Lu Ming was fighting him earlier, he clearly did not use his full strength. Yet, Lu Ming was actually able to fight Wang Yan. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although he was only a few ranks higher than Di Feng, their strength was on a completely different level. Wang Yan was several times stronger than Di Feng and could easily kill him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Wang Yan's heart was filled with shock. Each of Lu Ming's punches seemed to contain infinite power, causing his body to tremble and his qi and blood to churn. If it was not for the fact that his flames were extremely terrifying, causing Lu Ming to be wary and need to use a portion of his power to resist his flames, he might not have been able to defeat him. Who? Above Wang Yan's head, a ball of purple flame appeared. It was similar to Wang Haoxian's purple heavenly fire, but it was much more terrifying than Wang Haoxian's. 5 dazzling golden chakras flickered as Wang Yan used the bloodline fusion. The purple flames transformed into a purple flaming divine eagle that pounced at Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded and the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. Lu Ming's body moved and merged with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Suddenly, he turned into 9 dragons. With a long roar, he pounced on the purple divine eagle. With a roar, the devouring power burst out and enveloped the purple godly eagle. The huge dragon claw grabbed at the purple godly eagle. The purple godly eagle flapped its wings, and endless flames burst out. At the same time, it reached out its claws to grab the 9 dragons. Instantly, a dragon and an eagle began a great battle in the sky. In the distance, Di Feng was shocked beyond words. How is that possible? Di Feng roared. Back in the Battle of 9 Dragons, Lu Ming had activated the 9 Dragon bloodline. At that time, the 9 Dragon bloodline was still in the form of a 5-clawed true dragon. Di Feng had seen it from afar. At that time, he was extremely shocked because he had seen Lu Ming use the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming actually had 2 divine-level bloodlines. Later on, he even saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming's true dragon form bloodline had self-destructed its chakra. But now, not only had his bloodline, which had self-destructed his chakra, recovered, but it had also reached divine level 4 and transformed into the legendary form of the 9 dragons. All of this had broken his understanding. Could it be that the martial emperor patriarch wants this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart jumped. Lu Ming had once shouted in 9 Dragons that martial emperor Di only wanted his bloodline. Could it be this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart was in turmoil. The battle between Lu Ming and Wang Yan was still difficult to determine. Now that Lu Ming and martial emperor Di were in the open, there was no need to hide the 9 Dragon bloodline. He would use it when he needed to. It's really lively. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. A young man with an ancient coffin on his back walked over. They were the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Corpse Puppet. Di Feng's eyes narrowed. The corpse puppet was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, 2 ranks higher than Wang Yan. Corpse puppet, you've come at the right time. Let's work together and kill this person. Wang Yan's voice came from the purple godly hawk. Wang Yan, join forces with you. Why? Why should I join hands with you? The corpse puppet sneered and stood at the side, watching with its arms crossed. Boom! The 9 dragons and the godly eagle clashed and retreated. They didn't continue fighting and looked at the corpse puppet with fear. The corpse puppet clearly wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, taking advantage of the situation. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming and Wang Yan transformed back into their human forms and stood in 3 directions with the corpse puppet. Why did you guys stop? The corpse puppet licked its lips, its eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming looked at the corpse puppet, his eyes frowning. He could sense a dangerous aura from the corpse puppet. This person might be even more terrifying than Wang Yan. He thought of demonic corpse, who was ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. They both carried an ancient coffin on their backs, and perhaps they practiced the same technique. Corpse puppet, do you want both of us to be injured and then be killed by you one by one? Wang Yan snorted coldly. He was also extremely afraid of corpse puppets. As such, the three parties were all wary and no one made a move. Corpse puppet, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect have always had a grudge. Why don't you and I join forces to kill Wang Yan? What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The corpse puppet's eyes flickered, and when it looked at Wang Yan, its gaze became even colder. Clearly, it was moved. Wang Yan was shocked. He could not even take down Lu Ming alone. If the corpse puppet was added, he would definitely be in danger. Corpse puppet, Martial Emperor De wants Lu Ming. If you work with him, I'm afraid he'll think you're accomplices. Wang Yan hurriedly said. The corpse puppet's eyes immediately revealed a trace of fear. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were enemies, and the Heavenly Corpse sect's Corpse Emperor would naturally deal with Martial Emperor De, if he was really targeted by Martial Emperor De, even the Corpse Emperor would not be able to protect him. Why would I join hands with him? You must be joking. The corpse puppet laughed and said, how about this? The Demon Tree Canyon is just ahead. How about this? We'll enter the canyon first. If there are treasures inside, we'll fight for them with our own abilities. How about that? All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. If one or two more top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents came, it might be disadvantageous to Lu Ming. As for Wang Yan, it would not be too late to kill him later. I have no objections either. Wang Yan said. After that, the three of them and Di Feng returned to the canyon. However, the three of them kept a distance from each other, guarding against each other. What dangers are there in this valley? Why don't you guys go in? Wang Yan asked. Chapter 905 Nature Fruit. This canyon is full of hidden dangers. A few of us have already died in there. Di Feng secretly glanced at Lu Ming with a flash of killing intent. He then answered Wang Yan's question. Hidden killing intent? Then send more people to test the waters. You guys go. Wang Yan pointed at a few men of sacrifice who were carrying longswords on their backs. These men of sacrifice were not afraid of death at all. They were expressionless when they heard this. Two of them stepped forward and rushed into the canyon. The canyon was surrounded by clouds and mist. From a distance, it was a blur. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, something shot out from both sides of the canyon, fast as lightning. Sword light flashed as the two men of sacrifice pulled out their swords and slashed out sword lights. To be honest, these death warriors had pretty good combat strength. They reached the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm and instantly shattered those things. It looks like a tree root. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's expression changed. The things that rushed out from the two sides of the canyon did look like tree roots. Whoosh! As the two Dare to Die fighters pushed forward, more and more powerful attacks rushed out from both sides. Gradually, the two Dare to Die fighters couldn't resist them anymore and were finally entangled by the endless tree root-like things. Those things that look like tree roots should be plant-type creatures. Let the Earth Death Warriors block them while we charge in. Wang Yan said. Di Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, a few men of sacrifice carrying large hammers rushed in. Tentacle-like things also reached out. The Death Warrior picked up the hammer and smashed it on the ground. Boom! A row of stone walls appeared on the ground, blocking the attack of the tentacles. Charge! At this moment, Wang Yan, Di Feng, Shi Shao, and the others all rushed in. It's a death warrior who has cultivated the Earth Essence realm. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. These men of sacrifice with big hammers on their backs were all men of sacrifice who had cultivated the will of the earth. This made Lu Ming very tempted. If he devoured their will runes, his will of the earth would definitely be able to reach a higher level. By then, his cultivation would be able to improve further. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed in. Whoosh! Whoosh! The walls on both sides of the canyon seemed to have come alive. Tentacle-like things kept extending from inside. They were tough and sharp, and they kept piercing through and winding around them. The Earth Death Warriors controlled the earth and blocked it with stone walls. With a wave of his hand, an endless amount of sword chi poured out, cutting off the tentacles one by one. As for Wang Yan, with a wave of his hand, terrifying flames spread out, turning those tentacles into ashes. As for the corpse puppet, it was more unique. It was as if it was not afraid of death. It charged forward and waved its hand. Those tentacles that came into contact with it were directly broken by it. This body, no, it's like a refined corpse. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He felt that the corpse puppet's body did not seem like a human body. Instead, it was like a refined corpse. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! A few tentacles tried to wrap around Lu Ming but were broken by him with a wave of his hand. Bright red liquid flowed out of the tentacle. It really looks like a tree root. Lu Ming realized that these tentacles were similar to tree roots but they seemed to be alive. The deeper they went, the more roots there were. However, with everyone working together, including experts like Wang Yan, Corpse Puppet, and Lu Ming, they naturally had nothing to fear and continued to advance. All of a sudden, the roots on both sides retracted. They had reached the end of the canyon. Roar! Roar! In front of them, a few huge figures blocked their way. They were a few huge demonic beasts. No, they should be fierce beasts. In fact, there was no difference between demonic beasts and fierce beasts. However, after demonic beasts had more contact with humans, they would understand the human language and could take human form. On the other hand, ferocious beasts were more primitive beasts. They were fiercer and disdained to transform into human form. They had always maintained their beast appearance. 3 of them appeared before him. They were ferocious beasts, and they exuded a powerful aura. The first tier of the 7th level was equivalent to the aura of the first level of the Spirit Embryo realm. 3 Class 1 Level 7 Fierce Beasts. How about we take one each? The corpse puppet looked at Wang Yan and Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. This is only fair. Wang Yan laughed coldly, as he secretly transmitted a message to Di Feng, when we make our move, you guys take the opportunity to rush in. There's most likely a treasure in this canyon. All right. Di Feng secretly replied. Kill. Suddenly, the corpse puppet and Lu Ming charged forward at the same time. The 3 beasts roared and charged at them. Wang Yan made his move as well, each of them taking on one. Lu Ming's opponent was a rat-like ferocious beast. It was pitch black and extremely fast. Its teeth, claws, and tail were all extremely powerful weapons. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rat's tail twitched like a soft whip, cutting through the space and making a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming stepped forward and swung his fist, bombarding it with an overbearing force. Bang! His fist landed on the rat's tail and it almost exploded. The beast was in pain and let out a sharp cry. It clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw another punch. At this moment, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet were also engaged in battle with the other 2 beasts. Charge! Di Feng seized the opportunity and rushed in with his men. The other heaven's favorites from the Sky Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley also rushed in. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed heavily on the rat's claws. A violent force erupted wildly. The rat shrieked and was sent flying. Whoosh! Lu Ming caught up with him. A long spear appeared in his hand and he struck out. With a plop, it pierced through the rat's mouth and killed it. A first-grade 7th level beast was killed by Lu Ming with ease. Almost at the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet also ended their battle and killed the demonic beasts. Although they hadn't entered the spirit embryo realm, their battle prowess was so strong that they could almost easily kill a first-level spirit embryo realm. Even if they faced an ordinary second-level spirit embryo realm, they wouldn't lose and might even win. Ah! Ah! At this moment, a few screams came from the valley. Wang Yan's expression changed as he rushed in. Lu Ming sneered and rushed in. Inside the canyon was a huge plot of land. It was very wide, and in front of it was a towering tree. It was very eye-catching. As for Di Feng and the others, they were surrounded by a few beasts. There were already a few corpses on the ground. There were 6 demonic beasts in total, and each of them had reached class 1 level 7. However, Lu Ming, Wang Yan, and the corpse puppet's attention was drawn to the large tree. On the tree, there were 10 bright red fruits that exuded a mysterious aura. 1,000 elephant fruit. That's 1,000 elephant fruit. Wang Yan shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Lu Ming was also greatly shocked. It was actually 1,000 elephant fruit. It was a magical fruit that could transform the will of nature into anything. If a warrior swallowed it, the fruit would transform into the will of nature that he or she wanted to understand. It could make the warrior's will of heaven and earth improve by leaps and bounds, and even break through the bottleneck. The giant ape of the demon clan. If the essence realm of heaven and earth was at the completion of level 2, there was a high chance that it could break through to level 3 after swallowing the all-creation fruit. Swallowing it after level 3 could also allow one's intent to have great progress. Such a rare treasure was almost impossible to find in the outside world. He didn't expect to encounter it here. I must get it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The nature manifestation fruit was too important to him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and pounced toward the nature manifestation fruit. At the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet also soared into the sky. Get lost. The 1,000 elephant fruit is mine. Wang Yan roared. With his flames boiling, he threw 2 consecutive punches at Lu Ming and the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet also launched 2 attacks at Lu Ming and Wang Yan. They both wanted to stop each other and get the nature manifestation fruit for themselves. You're the ones who should get lost. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw 2 punches at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 huge puppets appeared. They charged at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. The 2 puppets emitted a powerful aura. The 2 puppets were both at class 1 level 7. Lu Ming had bought it from the Talisman Amulet Sex Treasure Pavilion before the Battle of Providence. It was meant to be used at a critical moment. With his current mental strength, he had more than enough to control a first-grade 7th level puppet. Damn it, it's a puppet. You're an inscriber. Wang Yan was shocked and furious. He launched a violent attack at the puppet. The corpse puppet was in a similar situation. Its palm was like a blade as it slashed at the puppet. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared on the big tree. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 10,000 elephant fruits. Don't even think about it. Corpse puppet, let's join forces and kill Lu Ming. Wang Yan let out a long howl, his killing intent surging like the tide. Alright, let's join forces. The killing intent in the corpse puppet's eyes was also extremely cold. The nature manifestation fruit. Lu Ming actually wanted to keep the nature manifestation fruit for himself. How was that possible? Bang! Bang! The two puppets of the first class of the 7th rank were unable to hold Wang Yan and the corpse puppet back for long. Under the violent attacks of the two, their bodies were deformed and they lost their ability to fight. However, this was enough. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed out of the canyon. Lu Ming was about to rush out. "Stay here." At this moment, a huge figure rushed in from outside the canyon. He let out a furious roar and a huge black fist was aimed at Lu Ming. The fist was the size of a water tank. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying pressure brought about by the fist made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. This was very sudden. Lu Ming wanted to avoid it but it was too late. Without thinking, Lu Ming threw a punch. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch, erupting the strongest power of the prison-suppressing heaven art. He did not care about the huge consumption of his essential core because this punch put him in serious danger. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the huge jet-black fist. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an unimaginably huge force surging towards him. His body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the big tree. Bang! The big tree exploded, and pieces of wood flew everywhere. A burly figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a giant ape that was 10 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and it shone with a metallic luster. This was a genius of the Sky Demon Valley. He had the bloodline of the ancient giant ape and was extremely powerful. He had definitely reached level 7. It wasn't even at the first grade of the 7th level, but above it. Hand over the 1,000 elephant fruit. The giant ape roared in anger and charged at Lu Ming with its huge palm. Bang! Pieces of wood flew everywhere as Lu Ming soared into the sky. At the same time, he waved his hand and a huge puppet appeared in front of the giant ape. Bang! The giant ape's palm smashed the first-grade 7th level puppet into pieces. However, this block gave Lu Ming a chance to catch his breath. With the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming dashed out of the canyon. "Stay here." Wang Yan and the corpse puppet attacked at the same time, blocking Lu Ming and unleashing their strongest attack. The giant ape charged from behind. Lu Ming's expression changed. He made a sharp turn halfway and changed his direction, charging toward the 5 to 6 beasts. The 5 or 6 beasts were chasing after Di Feng and the others. At this moment, Di Feng was in a very miserable state. Those who had come in had already been killed by the 5 or 6 demonic beasts. Only Di Feng and 1 or 2 other Heaven's Pride experts were still running for their lives. Di Feng was shocked when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Bang! Lu Ming threw out a punch, easily destroying Di Feng's sword gleam and landing a punch on his chest. Di Feng screamed as his body was sent flying. He was caught by one of the pursuing beasts and was torn in half. The pitiful Di Feng, the 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died in the claws of a beast. After the beast tore Di Feng apart, it went berserk and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure changed and he dodged the beast's pounce. The giant ape caught up from behind and punched out with its huge fist, killing all the beasts. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps and his body flashed continuously. At the same time, he secretly released devouring power and devoured the blood essence energy of the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming led the giant ape in a circle around the plot of land before he dashed toward the entrance of the canyon. However, at the entrance of the canyon, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet blocked it with cold expressions. "Lu Ming, hand over the nature manifestation fruit and I'll let you go. You're taking it all for yourself. Don't you think you're too greedy?" Wang Yan sneered. "That's right. Let's split the nature manifestation fruit evenly. If we join forces, we might be able to fight this giant ape." The corpse puppet also spoke. "You all have to die." The giant ape's furious roar was extremely violent. "Is that so?" Lu Ming charged straight at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. Don't even think about breaking out. Wang Yan and the corpse puppet joined forces and attacked. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. The ground in the canyon was suddenly filled with multicolored light as formations emerged one after another. Although Lu Ming was running just now, he did not run around randomly. With every step he took, he secretly laid an inscription on the ground. The formation he had set up was naturally extraordinary. It was a level 7 formation. Endless sword light rose and attacked the giant ape from all directions. The giant ape waved its iron fist and scattered the sword chi one by one. However, more sword chi shot toward the giant ape and it was blocked. A formation? When did you set up the formation? Wang Yan and the corpse puppet were both extremely shocked. They did not realize that Lu Ming had set up an array without them knowing. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a formation appeared on the ground. A terrifying sword radiance enveloped Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. Their expressions changed drastically. They could sense a terrifying aura from the sword light, an aura that could kill them. They had already made their move. It was too late to retreat now. Die! Wang Yan roared as his extreme purple heavenly fire bloodline appeared instantly. Just as the sword light was about to reach him, he transformed into flames. At this moment, the sword light descended and crushed the flames into pieces. Peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. However, after flying for some distance, these shattered flames actually condensed back together, once again transforming into Wang Yan's appearance. However, his face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. His body was covered with over a dozen sword wounds, blood flowing out of them. It was a terrible sight. Let's go. Wang Yan did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of fire and rushed out of the canyon in a sorry state. Compared to Wang Yan, the corpse puppet was in an even worse state. Although it had used all its means, one of its arms had still been cut off. It screeched as it escaped from the canyon. Boom! Boom! In the canyon, the giant ape continued to clash with the formation. This giant ape's strength was truly astonishing. It was incomparably powerful, and with every punch, a large amount of sword chi was shattered. Even if a few sword chi occasionally struck the giant ape, they could only leave shallow marks on its surface. This giant ape has at least 50% of the ancient giant ape's bloodline. Its body is extremely strong. This formation won't be able to hold it back for long. I'd better leave first. With a flash of thought, Lu Ming stepped into the void, his body like a stream of light, leaving the place. As expected, not long after Lu Ming left, the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The giant ape rushed out and let out an angry roar. Then, it turned into a burly young man with killing intent in his eyes. He growled, "Lu Ming, I'll kill you." With that, he strode out of the canyon. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and was extremely fast. After leaving the canyon, he chose a random direction and went forward. Not long after, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles and found a hidden mountain forest. He flew down and set up an array in the surroundings. Lu Ming began to refine the energy. Previously, Lu Ming had devoured the blood essence and energy of the paragons, men of sacrifice, and even the demonic beasts who had died in the canyon. He circulated the bloodline of the 9 dragons and continued to refine it. I have the most earth and wind concepts. The other concepts are useless to me. Lu Ming had an idea. He directly removed the useless concepts and made the earth and wind concepts his own. Most of the earth and wind concepts came from the Death Warriors. Those men of sacrifice with big hammers cultivated the earth mentality, and those with long swords mostly cultivated the wind mentality. Lu Ming's earth and wind concepts were rapidly improving. Soon, his wind concept reached its limit, and he was only one step away from level 3. As for the Earth concept, it had also reached the peak of level 2 upper tier. As his intent realm improved, the true essence and other energies were also being refined and transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase. Not long after, the aura on his body grew and he broke through to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go. Furthermore, it continued to increase all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm before it stopped. It had been upgraded by one level in one go. There are impurities in my true yuan and distracting thoughts in my intent realm. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned. He could feel that his true yuan and intent weren't pure. There were some obstacles when he tried to use them. Although the obstacles were weak, if this continued, it would be a big problem. I know. Other people's Jin Yuan and blood all have their own characteristics. I refined them, but there are still some of them left. It's even more so for the will. Every will that I comprehend has a distinct will. After I refined them, there are still some of them left. This is very normal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and discovered the problem. He thought of his early days, when he often relied on devouring blood essence to improve his cultivation. Similarly, this would cause his cultivation foundation to be unstable and he would need time to consolidate it. Later on, he used all his blood essence to improve his bloodline and relied on devouring spiritual crystals and raw stones to improve his cultivation. He no longer had to worry about this. Spiritual crystals and raw gemstones were all natural and extremely pure. It seems like I'll have to stop wasting time to cultivate every time I advance to the next realm. I'll have to purify my true yuan and intent realm to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered. Of course, Lu Ming would not abandon the heaven-defying function of the 9 dragons bloodline just because of this small flaw. At most, he would just spend more time to stabilize it. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to condense his essential core and polish his artistic conception. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's essential core and concept had become pure and condensed again. The wind concept seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The concept was pure. Lu Ming could feel that the wind concept seemed to have touched a wonderful realm. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Time passed day by day. In a canyon tens of thousands of miles away from Lu Ming, a shocking flame suddenly soared into the sky and a figure appeared in the flame. This figure was Wang Yan. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming, the next time I see you will be the day of your death. Wang Yan laughed out loud, his aura extremely terrifying. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. After being injured by Lu Ming previously, not only had he fully recovered after more than 10 days, but he had also broken through to the spirit embryo realm in one fell swoop, causing his strength to skyrocket. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some strange places nearby to look for opportunities. This place is the closest to the Double Moon Mountain. I'll go to the Double Moon Mountain and stop him halfway. With that, Wang Yan's figure flickered and he disappeared without a trace. In a dark cave, corpse chi suddenly filled the air. The corpse puppet, carrying an ancient coffin, stepped out of the cave. Previously, Lu Ming had used an array formation to cut off his arm. However, the shocking thing was that the corpse puppet's arm was now intact, as if it had grown back. Furthermore, the aura on its body was extremely powerful. It was also the aura of the spirit embryo realm. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some secret places to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Divine Bird Cliff. I'll go to the Divine Bird Cliff to stop him. After saying that, the corpse puppet stepped out and disappeared into the sky. At an unknown distance away from Lu Ming, there was a magnificent city. The city was filled with three-eyed gods. And NBSP, within a massive palace, a few three-eyed gods were currently discussing some matters. These three-eyed gods were all tall and sturdy, and their auras were powerful. It's been another 20 years, and another group of young people has come from the outside world to hunt down my clan. Damn it, they really think of my clan as a trial. And NBSP, die. A furious roar came from one of the three-eyed god race members. Below, many of the three-eyed gods were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. According to the ancient records, in the outside world, our tribe is unrivaled, and the human tribe is nothing more than our tribe's food. However, our ancestors were captured and brought here, and they made our tribe into the training targets of the human youths. This is absolutely not allowed. I will kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. Pass down my order, all the regions should organize an army to capture and kill those human youths. Once they are found, kill them without mercy. The three-eyed god above ordered. Yes. And NBSP, yes, Your Majesty. The other three-eyed god race members also began to follow his orders. Naturally, Lu Ming was unaware of all these. He was still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 20 days. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. The concept of wind had successfully broken through to the third level. This was Lu Ming's first step towards the spirit embryo realm. It's been 20 days. The next step is to continue searching for those strange places and opportunities to obtain more fate value. Lu Ming thought. Paragons everywhere. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming's current luck value had become 2,500 points. This should be the increase from the 10,000 elephant fruits he seized last time. It had increased by more than 2,000 points. From this, it could be seen how amazing the amount of fate value one could obtain by searching for strange places and seizing opportunities. With a single thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming took out the map that he had obtained from the three-eyed god and studied it. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Double Moon Mountain and the Divine Bird Cliff are strange. It's very likely that there are treasures or opportunities inside. Lu Ming looked at the map for a while and kept it. Let's go to the Divine Bird Cliff and take a look first. Lu Ming randomly chose a place and flew towards the Divine Bird Cliff according to the marks on the map. The journey of tens of thousands of miles was soon completed. In front of them was a huge cliff that reached into the clouds. They could see it from far away. It was the Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming was about to fly over when two powerful auras burst out from the Divine Bird Cliff. Boom! With a loud boom, a figure rushed into the sky, his corpse chi billowing. Corpse puppet, he has broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. He immediately restrained his aura and landed in the forest below to watch from a distance. At this moment, the corpse puppet's face carried a trace of fear and appeared to be in a sorry state. Corpse puppet, die. A domineering voice was heard, and demonic chi soared into the sky. A young man in a black robe appeared and blocked in front of the corpse puppet. This youth's eyes were cold and his demonic chi was monstrous. His aura was much stronger than a corpse puppet that had reached the spirit embryo realm. Luoli, don't you go too far. The corpse puppet roared. Luoli, little demon lord Luoli. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he looked solemn. There were two supreme geniuses among the imperial guards of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and they were blood brothers. Demon Lord Luo Tian, Little Demon Lord Luo Li, and Demon Lord Luo Tian. Their talents were monstrous and extremely terrifying. They were ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. As for the Little Demon Lord, Luo Li, he was not as talented, but he was still very terrifying. He was ranked 61st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Haha, what a joke. Weaklings can only say such words. So what if I'm bullying you? Today, you will die. The luck value on your body belongs to me. Ha ha ha. Luoli laughed as the black mist around him churned. His demonic might was extremely powerful. He took a step forward, and his demonic might completely enveloped the corpse puppet, turning it into a demonic territory. Charge! The corpse puppet didn't dare to fight back. Its corpse chi burst out and formed a sword light, trying to break through the demonic power and escape. Die! Die! Luoli shouted coldly as a black light burst out. The stunning blade light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. It was unparalleled and unstoppable. The corpse puppet couldn't even block a single blade. Its head was chopped off, and its corpse fell to the ground. However, the ancient coffin on the corpse puppet's back trembled and flew into the distance at an extreme speed. The human corpse transformation technique is useless in front of me. A cold voice came out of Luoli's mouth. A blade light cut through the void and struck the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin exploded, and a skinny figure emerged from it. He was panicking and fleeing for his life. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the true body of the corpse puppet. The one before was just his refined corpse. However, the refined corpse was actually no different from a human. It could open its mouth and communicate with people, which was really amazing. A saber light slashed at the corpse puppet again. No! The corpse puppet roared, and in the next moment, it was directly cut in half by the saber light. The corpse puppet, ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been killed just like that. It was clear how brutal the battle of destiny was. This was only the beginning, and it would only get more brutal as time went on. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it the burial ground of the top talents. After Luoli killed the corpse puppet, he waved his hand and kept the storage ring. Then, he looked in Lu Ming's direction with his demonic eyes. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could it be that he was discovered by Luoli despite being so far away? However, Li only took a glance and sneered. He then shifted his gaze and descended toward the Divine Bird Cliff. It seems like we can't go to the Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Li's cultivation base was too strong. Compared to him, he was far behind, so he could only avoid him. He turned around quietly and headed in the direction of the Double Moon Mountain. Not long after, they were only a few thousand miles away from the Double Moon Mountain. Lu Ming concealed his aura and slowly approached. Who knew if there were any powerful geniuses on the Double Moon Mountain? Lu Ming had to be more careful. Boom! All of a sudden, a purple flame shot up into the sky from below and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly, avoiding the attack. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that the aura on Wang Yan's body was extremely terrifying. It was not the aura of the spiritual ocean tier, but the spirit embryo tier. Wang Yan had also broken through to the spirit embryo realm. For a genius like Wang Yan to break through from the spiritual ocean tier to the spirit embryo tier, it was definitely not just a little bit of improvement. His battle prowess would skyrocket. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Wang Yan's eyes were as cold as ice. Previously, he was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. He hated Lu Ming to the core. A mere piece of trash dared to seriously injure him. This was simply unforgivable. The flames on his body were several times more terrifying than they were 20 days ago. The temperature was so high that even the space began to distort. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain in his body, as if his entire body was on fire. Whoosh! In a flash, Wang Yan crossed the void and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. A dragon's roar resounded. Lu Ming did not hold back at all and instantly exploded with all his dragon energy. 4 streams of dragon energy exploded. The vital essence in his body roared and 4 types of concepts swirled around. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! A beam of fire soared into the sky and Lu Ming's body was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he felt a sharp pain on his arm. The dragon scales were cracked by the flames and the surface of his arm was charred black. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted out. Too powerful. Wang Yan's battle prowess had increased by too much after breaking through to the spirit embryo realm. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm during this period of time, he was still far from being Wang Yan's match. His breakthrough was only a small breakthrough, while Wang Yan's was a huge breakthrough. It was incomparable. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he would not have been able to withstand a single punch and would have been seriously injured. I'm not his match right now. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. It's not that easy to escape. You must die today. Die. Wang Yan roared and turned into a flash of fire, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, in terms of speed, Lu Ming was still faster. The distance between the two of them was slowly widening. Damn it! Wang Yan roared. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In front of him, an extremely sharp ray of light pierced through the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Trapped. It was a young man in black. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Taichong. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Jiang Taichong's rank on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Wang Yan's. He was ranked 92nd, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. Lu Ming had never expected to meet Jiang Taichong here. It could not be such a coincidence. It was highly possible that Jiang Taichong had met Wang Yan a long time ago and was lying in ambush in the nearby area, waiting for Lu Ming. Huh, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to run. Wang Yan laughed excitedly. Lu Ming, die. Jiang Taichong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swung his arm in the air, and a terrifying sword light came slashing at Lu Ming. With Jiang Taichong at the front and Wang Yan at the back, Lu Ming was in a desperate situation. With a wave of his hand, a puppet of the first grade of the 7th level pounced forward and was directly cut in half by Jiang Taichong's sword light. Jiang Taichong's combat strength was stronger than Wang Yan's. I can only risk it all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and Lu Ming used the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons, which charged madly at Wang Yan. Roar! The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped Wang Yan. At the same time, 9 dragon claws stepped out in succession. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Transforming into the 9 dragons and using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was the purest form of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and its power could be maximized. With 6 consecutive steps, a terrifying force was blasted towards Wang Yan. You want to break through from my side? Laughable. Die. Wang Yan's entire body was ablaze with flames as he sent out a terrifying flaming fist radiance. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the flaming fist radiance dispersed the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, the remaining power had already been reduced by a lot. When it landed on the bodies of the 9 dragons, their bodies trembled, but they did not care and continued to pounce towards Wang Yan. You're looking for death. Wang Yan threw another punch. However, Lu Ming did not care about this punch. His dragon claw stepped in the air and he took another 6 steps. A powerful force blasted towards Wang Yan. It was a fight where he would risk his life. Boom! The terrifying fist force hit the bodies of the 9 dragons. In an instant, the scales exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. A huge wound was blown on the bodies of the 9 dragons, and the hot flame force kept rushing into the wound. However, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps also slammed down on Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression changed as he was forced to retreat by the power of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Buzz! Buzz! The 9 claws of the 9 dragons stomped on the void. This time, it was extremely fast. The huge dragon body instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing past Wang Yan's head and flying towards the direction of Double Moon Mountain. Damn it! Chase! Wang Yan roared and chased after Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung did the same. One chasing and one escaping, the distance of thousands of miles was crossed in an instant. The Double Moon Mountain was right in front of them. There is indeed a powerful formation on the Double Moon Mountain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Double Moon Mountain was formed by 2 mountain peaks that intersected like 2 moons. At the intersection of the 2 mountain peaks, there was a huge stone door that seemed to be a cave. However, the area in front of the stone gate was filled with formations. Previously, he had heard the 3-eyed god race mention the Double Moon Mountain briefly. The 3-eyed god race did not know about formations, but from his words, Lu Ming could tell that there was a formation set up in front of the Double Moon Mountain. Therefore, Lu Ming rushed over. With the array, it was Lu Ming's chance. Buzz! Lu Ming transformed back into his human form and rushed towards the Double Moon Mountain. After he charged in, his figure constantly flickered, sometimes left and sometimes right, slowly moving forward. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had arrived. After the 2 of them arrived, they stopped with unsightly expressions. They had arrived a few days ago and already knew that there was a formation here. This little bastard is proficient in the Tao of inscription. This formation can't stop him. Wang Yan's expression was extremely ugly. Watch me break it. Jiang Taichung strode forward, and a formation emerged on the ground at once. Saber lights that looked like crescent moons slashed toward Jiang Taichung. Jiang Taichung's palm kept slashing out. The sharp and terrifying sword light kept colliding with the crescent-shaped saber light. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of metal clashing rang out. After a while, Jiang Taichung returned with no success and retreated with an ugly expression. He could not rush in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the layers of inscription arrays and arrived at an open space in front. There was no formation in the innermost area. If you have the ability, then come in. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung with a cold smile. Damn it! Wang Yan bellowed. Unfortunately, there was a formation in the air, so they couldn't get in. Lu Ming sneered. He sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. Earlier on, he had transformed into the 9 dragons and received Wang Yan's punch head-on. However, he was still injured, and his injuries were rather serious. He needed to recuperate as soon as possible. Circulating his war dragon true vitality, Lu Ming began to heal his injured body. Outside, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's faces were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming was actually recuperating in front of them. This almost made the 2 of them explode in anger. The array here has been around for many years and it's not very powerful. We just have to keep bombarding it and deplete the energy of the array. When the energy of the array is depleted, we can rush in and kill Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung took a deep breath to calm himself down and analyzed. Wang Yan's eyes lit up as he said happily, not bad, not bad. The formation here isn't particularly strong. We can definitely withstand it. As long as we keep bombarding it, we'll definitely be able to break it. Let's start. Jiang Taichung nodded. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them burst out with powerful auras and stepped forward at the same time, entering the area of the array. Immediately, a formation appeared, and countless crescent blade lights condensed and slashed toward the 2. The 2 launched their attacks, clashing with the crescent blade lights. Lu Ming opened his eyes and took a look outside. He then closed his eyes again and began to recuperate. He naturally understood Jiang Taichong and Wang Yan's plan. However, at this moment, he could only recuperate first before thinking about other things. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. At this moment, Jiang Taichong and Wang Yan rested for a while before continuing to crack the formation. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door that was located at the intersection of the two mountains. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Yan roared in anger. It doesn't matter. We'll block him from the outside. Even if he gets the opportunity, he won't be able to escape from our hands in the end. Jiang Taichong was much calmer than Wang Yan as he spoke. Wang Yan also calmed down and continued to break the formation. Lu Ming walked to the stone door, stretched out his hands, pressed on the stone door, and gave it a hard push. It didn't move at all. The stone door didn't move at all. Lu Ming stepped back, then took a step forward and punched the stone door. Boom! It was as if the entire earth was shaking, but the stone door still did not move or be blown open. It's so hard. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Breaking through to become a level 7 alchemist. Just now, he had already used 100% of his Jin Yuan and used the prison suppressing heaven technique. However, his punch did not break the stone door. This stone door was frighteningly hard. The next moment, Lu Ming directly exploded his dragon power. Scales appeared on his body and his muscles bulged. He was filled with explosive power. Boom! A heavy punch landed on the stone door, causing it to shake violently. The two mountains beside the stone door also shook violently, but in the end, the stone door remained intact. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was like a ferocious beast in human form. He punched the stone door several times in a row, but he still could not break it open. It's too hard. With my cultivation level, there's still a gap. I can't break it. Lu Ming frowned. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. I'd better wait for my death outside. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed arrogantly. Jiang Taichong also revealed a smile. Lu Ming frowned. He turned around and stopped attacking the stone door. Instead, he started to inscribe an array on the empty space. Humph, you want to inscribe a formation to protect yourself? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered. Since they had seen it, they would definitely be more careful in the future. They would not enter Lu Ming's array easily. Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up a large array. He then stopped. Indeed, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong had both seen him inscribing a formation here. No matter how powerful the formation he had inscribed was, Wang Chong and Jiang Taishu would not be fooled into walking in. Therefore, the array that he had just carved was not a powerful killing array at all. Instead, it was an array that assisted in the cultivation of mental fire. The only way out now was strength. As long as he had enough strength, he would not need to fear Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong. Therefore, he could only break through on his own. However, Lu Ming's current martial arts cultivation was only at the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. There was still the perfected spiritual ocean realm above him. He would only be able to break through to the spirit embryo realm if he went further. It was almost impossible to break through in a short time. Lu Ming estimated that the array at Double Moon Mountain could only hold Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong back for 5 days at most. It was almost impossible to break through to the spirit embryo realm in 5 days. Now, only the Tao of inscription could make it possible. Initially, Lu Ming had already lit up 10 blue spirit lamps. He was only 1 step away from becoming a 7th level alchemist. As long as his inscription Tao reached level 7, Lu Ming's strength would increase greatly. By then, he would be able to contend or even kill Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong with his inscription Dao. Originally, it wasn't the time for a breakthrough yet. It wasn't perfect yet and needed to cultivate for a period of time before it could naturally break through. However, he could not care so much now. Lu Ming had to use some means and strive to break through within 5 days. He sat down cross-legged and took out a pill. Lu Ming had bought the Spirit and Rage pill from the Talisman Amulet Sect's Treasure Pavilion. Consuming this pill would cause one's mental energy fire to go berserk. It could increase one's mental energy fire for a short period of time and, from there, achieve the effect of breaking through to the next realm. However, there was a risk here. If he failed to break through to the next realm, it might cause a few of his mental lamps to go out, and it would be very difficult to cultivate back later. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, his foundation would still be unstable, which would affect his future cultivation. He would need to spend time to make up for it. But now, he couldn't care so much. He had to get through the difficulties in front of him. Lu Ming had to break through to the next realm within 5 days. Lu Ming swallowed the violent spirit pill without hesitation. He then activated the meditation and started cultivating. In his sea of consciousness, his mental energy fire started to go berserk and burned even more vigorously. On the ground, the array glowed. This kind of array could also allow the mental energy fire to erupt with even more power. Time passed quickly. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the mental energy fire was already abnormally violent and was about to turn into an angry dragon. As the mind fire went on a rampage, the flames of the 10 mind lamps began to merge and condense into a ball that burned fiercely. Now, he had to make the blue mental fire turn purple. Once it turned purple, it meant that he had broken through to become a 7th-rank alchemist. Time flew by quickly, minute by minute. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong continued to bombard those formations, but they were broken one by one. They were about to break through the formation and enter. This kid knows that he can't escape and is waiting for death. Wang Yan sneered. Be careful later. This brat might counterattack before he dies. Jiang Taichong said. What are you afraid of? No matter how he counterattacks, he's still a spiritual ocean-tier martial artist, so what threat can he be to us? Wang Yan sneered. Jiang Taichong also nodded. It was indeed so. They were all geniuses among geniuses. It was common for them to jump levels and kill others. Moreover, they were now in a higher realm than Lu Ming. No one could defeat them when they were in a higher realm. They were constantly bombarding the array. Lu Ming had also reached a critical point in his cultivation. In his sea of consciousness, the mental energy fire continued to condense and shrink. Slowly, when it had shrunk to its limit, a wisp of purple light spread out. A small purple spirit fire was burning slowly on the first spirit lamp. It looked small and was not burning hot, but the spirit power that it emitted was 10 times stronger than before. The purple mind fire has finally broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He now felt that as long as he willed it, a vast amount of spiritual power would be released. It seems that they haven't broken through the array. Let's wait for them. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He closed his eyes and activated the meditation to consolidate his cultivation. After half a day, there was a loud boom. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong finally broke through the formation and stood dozens of meters away from Lu Ming. However, they did not immediately pounce on Lu Ming because they had seen him inscribe a large formation. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and slowly got up. Lu Ming, your time of death has arrived. Wang Yan revealed a sinister smile. Oh, really? If you have the ability, come and kill me. Lu Ming revealed a contemptuous smile. Humph, do you think that you can be safe just because you inscribed a formation? I'll break it. Wang Yan took a step forward and a stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming along the ground. The flames passed through without any obstruction. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he avoided the flame. Wang Yan was slightly taken aback, but he immediately burst out laughing. So you're just trying to be mysterious. You don't even have a formation. Die. With that, Wang Yan's figure flickered as he pounced on Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung did not move. Instead, he guarded the surroundings to prevent any changes or to prevent Lu Ming from escaping. A dragon's roar resounded as Lu Ming burst forth with his dragon energy and threw a punch at Wang Yan. With a loud boom, Lu Ming was sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stomped on the ground. "Ha, die." Wang Yan laughed out loud as the terrifying flames surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed to one side, looking like he wanted to escape. However, Jiang Taichung moved and blocked Lu Ming. Killing two great geniuses. Jiang Taichung stood in front of Lu Ming and Wang Yan rushed up from behind. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression was extremely calm. In fact, there was even a flash of killing intent. Something's wrong. For some reason, Jiang Taichung's heart suddenly jumped. He had an inexplicable sense of crisis, but he could not figure out where the sense of crisis came from. Lu Ming. Impossible. Lu Ming's cultivation level was not their match at all. Wang Yan was already closing in. At this moment, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. Dense inscriptions appeared on the ground and a few large arrays appeared. You want to deal with us by instantly setting up a formation? Dream on. Wang Yan laughed coldly, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. No, this is a level 7 formation technique. How could you inscribe a level 7 formation technique in an instant? Wang Yan cried out in disbelief. An ordinary rank 7 alchemist could not inscribe a rank 7 formation in an instant. Only a rank 7 alchemist with profound spiritual power could do it. How could Lu Ming do it? Not good, retreat. Jiang Taichung's expression changed drastically, and he was about to retreat. However, it was already too late. The formation glowed, and golden vines condensed and wrapped around Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan. Break. An extremely sharp aura emanated from Jiang Taichung's body. With a wave of his hand, sharp sword chi burst out and cut at the vines. However, he was only able to cut off a few vines. These vines were called golden vines and were formed by a level 7 primary formation technique. They were extremely tough and were impervious to fire and water. Wang Yan roared in anger as flames spread out in an attempt to incinerate the vines. Although he could do so, the speed was extremely slow. The two of them were entangled for a while. Lu Ming sneered and continued to inscribe the array. Countless inscriptions glowed on his feet and palms. Purple mental energy fire danced between his eyebrows. A 7th rank alchemist. He's a 7th rank alchemist. He has to get out. Jiang Taichung roared in horror and attacked with all his might. The vines were cut off one by one. A few golden vines array could not completely trap Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung, but Lu Ming's purpose was to stop them for a while, and that was enough. Buzz. On the ground, another formation appeared. This time, it was a level 7 intermediate array, the frost hunting array. Formations were generally divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. For example, a level 7 primary array was sufficient to deal with martial artists of the 1st to 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. If used well, it could kill a 3rd level spirit embryo realm martial artist. However, although Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were only at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm, their combat strength was enough to kill a 4th level spirit embryo realm cultivator. An elementary level 7 formation technique was not of much use to them. However, it was a different story for a grade 7 intermediate formation. A middle grade level 7 formation technique was able to deal with experts at the 4th to 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, although Lu Ming's mental energy was extremely dense and far exceeded that of an inscriber of the same level, he had just broken through to level 7. It was still impossible for him to inscribe a level 7 intermediate array in an instant. He would need some time. The time that the Golden Vine array had blocked Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong was enough for him to inscribe a level 7 middle array. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tulavir long spears made of ice appeared, exuding an extremely cold aura. They pierced through the air and headed toward Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong respectively. Boom! Wang Yan punched out with both fists and a terrifying flame spread out, trying to melt the ice spear. However, to his shock, the ice spear only shrank a little after piercing through the blazing fist force and continued on its way towards Wang Yan. On the other hand, Jiang Taichong spared no effort to hack at the ice spear. Although he managed to block it in the end, it was still very difficult. A layer of white frost appeared on his body, and he trembled all over as if he was about to be frozen. Whoosh! Whoosh! To their despair, more ice spears were formed. This time, there were 24 of them. Each of them had 12 roots, and they went for the kill. The two of them tried their best to block, but the power of the ice spears was too terrifying. Although they managed to block it, they were both injured. But then, more ice spears appeared. Ah! Ah! Following that, two desperate screams rang out. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong's bodies were pierced by a few ice spears respectively. Their bodies stiffened as they were frozen to the spot. No, don't kill me! Wang Yan cried out in fear. Although the Battle of Providence was dangerous, it was full of opportunities. No one had participated in the Battle of Providence, as they were all here to die. They all wanted to obtain great opportunities and boundless providence. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong were naturally the same. They wanted to obtain a great opportunity in the Battle of Providence, obtain great providence, stand out from it, and surpass those stronger geniuses. How could they have thought that they were going to die less than a month after the Battle of Providence had started? How could they be willing? Wang Yan, have you forgotten what I said? I said I will kill you. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. With a wave of his hand, the ice spear appeared and he struck again. No, no. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong screamed in fear and madness, but they could not change the outcome. The ice spear pierced through the foreheads of the two. Then, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. The devouring power burst out and devoured the two. It didn't take long for the refinement to be completed. Jiang Taichong cultivated the sword concept, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. When the time came, Wang Yan's fire concept would allow Lu Ming's fire concept to break through and step into level 3. However, Lu Ming's blood meridian did not improve. The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline was at divine level 3, while the 9 dragons' bloodline was at divine level 4. Who? After refining it, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. The Book of Destiny appeared before his eyes. He noticed that the Book of Destiny's destiny had increased by 2,000 points. This was because after killing Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong, their own luck value had been taken away by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's luck value was close to 5,000. Then, he looked at the stone door. He had to break this stone door. Lu Ming began to inscribe the array in front of the stone door. This time, he spent half a day to inscribe a level 7 advanced array. Lu Ming could instantly cast a beginner level 7 array. However, if he was given enough time, he could even set up a top-notch level 7 array. The formation glowed, forming a giant hammer that smashed toward the stone door. The hammer condensed by a level 7 advanced array was many times stronger than Lu Ming's attack. Boom! The stone door shook violently as if it was about to be broken. Continue. One by one, the giant hammers formed and smashed against the door. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds were endless. After more than a dozen attacks, the door was broken open with a bang, revealing a dark passage. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and a puppet walked in first. Seeing that there was no danger, Lu Ming also stepped in. After the passage, there was a huge underground secret room. Encountering the little demon lord. This seemed to be a cave abode of an expert. There were tables, chairs, beds, and even a few bookshelves in the underground secret room. Lu Ming walked around and realized that there were only some books on the bookshelf. Lu Ming walked over and took a look at the books. The sky-leaping battle technique was a cultivation technique. Lu Ming opened it and his eyes widened. He was overjoyed. It was a deity-level cultivation technique, a low-grade deity-level cultivation technique. How precious was a god-grade cultivation technique? For example, the core cultivation technique of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was a low-grade deity-level cultivation technique. A divine-level cultivation technique could almost support an ancient family. Lu Ming had the true war dragon technique and did not need to cultivate other cultivation techniques. It was unknown whether the true war dragon technique that Lu Ming cultivated was low-grade or high-grade divine level, but the cultivation requirements were extremely harsh. Others could not cultivate it at all. Lu Ming had 2 disciples, family, and friends, but they could not cultivate the true war dragon technique at all. However, he could pass on other divine-level cultivation techniques to them. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Then, he looked at the other books. There were more than a dozen books in total. Among them, there were 2 divine-level cultivation techniques, and the others were martial arts techniques, demigod-level martial arts techniques. There were both low-grade and high-grade demigod martial techniques. This was an unimaginable wealth. Lu Ming kept all of them in ecstasy and continued to walk around. He realized that the underground secret chamber was empty. There was nothing else. Lu Ming left the underground secret chamber reluctantly. He then chose a random direction and soared into the sky. Buzz! Not long after Lu Ming left, a figure with monstrous demonic chi descended on the Double Moon Mountain. It was little demon Lord Luoli. The formation here has been broken, someone has been here. I'm not afraid of you, Ro Li mumbled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He stepped into the underground chamber and reappeared outside. As expected, someone has taken the first step. Damn it! Ro Li growled and leaped into the air. The direction he chose was the direction that Lu Ming had left in. As Lu Ming flew, the muscles and bones on his body squirmed. After a while, his body shape and appearance changed greatly. Then, the inscriptions on his body glowed and he set up an array to conceal his aura. Not a single bit of aura leaked out from his body. Now, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley both wanted to kill him. It would be more convenient for him to act by changing his identity temporarily. Moreover, Lu Ming was not a match for the top talents on the list of top 1,000 talents for the time being. When he improved his cultivation, he would not need to be afraid of them anymore. Lu Ming flew at a slow speed. He mainly wanted to see if there were any spiritual herbs and pick them. Boom! 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 A terrifying sonic boom suddenly came from behind him, and a vast demonic might permeated the air. Stop! Immediately, a loud shout was heard. Lu Ming frowned. He stopped and turned to look. Luoli appeared not far from Lu Ming with his vast demonic power. Kid, which direction did you come from? Ro Li pointed at the direction behind him. Not bad. Lu Ming frowned. Have you ever been to the Double Moon Mountain? Ro Li asked. Double Moon Mountain? What Double Moon Mountain? Lu Ming played dumb. Luo Li frowned slightly. He could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. There was no way he could break the array of Double Moon Mountain. The treasures of Double Moon Mountain should not belong to Lu Ming. You've never been to the Double Moon Mountain. Did you see anyone pass by? Ro Li asked. No, I've been looking for spirit herbs in this area and didn't see anyone else. Lu Ming said. Okay, then you can go. Ro Li waved his hand. Lu Ming nodded and was about to leave when Luo Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, a saber light slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with dragon power. He turned around and threw a punch, which collided with the saber light. His body trembled and he retreated rapidly. What are you doing? Lu Ming shouted. Humph, restrain your aura and be sneaky. Kill them first. Ro Li snorted coldly, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he had casually struck out with that move, almost no one under the spirit embryo realm could block it. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to block it. Lu Ming's combat strength surprised him. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. These people were really overbearing. They were just suspicious and wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he was prepared. He sensed it the moment Luo Li made his move. Whoosh! Ro Li's demonic chi rolled and he swung his palm again. A black blade light was sent flying at Lu Ming. A purple flame flashed between his brows. Lu Ming waved his hands and an array appeared in the air. It formed golden vines that wrapped around Luo Li. Carving an array in the air. You're a level 7 alchemist. It seems that you've obtained the treasure of Double Moon Mountain. Die. Ro Li's killing intent surged as he roared and his blade flashed. Bang! Bang! The sturdy golden vine exploded in an instant, unable to withstand Ro Li's attack. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and waved his hands. One after another, large arrays appeared. They were all beginner level 7 arrays. However, Ro Li was too strong. With a slash of his saber, everything was destroyed, and all the formations were shattered. Peak of the 3rd level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Little demon lord Luo Li's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm, but with his combat power, even if he was 3 levels higher, it would not be difficult for him to kill an ordinary 6th level spirit embryo realm ancient martial art practitioner. He was simply too strong. And this was still in the spirit embryo realm. If he was in the spiritual ocean tier, it would be easy for him to kill enemies who were 4 levels above him. A grade 7 primary formation posed no threat to Luo Li. Kill. The pitch-black demonic blade exuded a terrifying aura. The formation was shattered, and Lu Ming was swept by a blade gleam. The scales on his skin were shattered, and one of his arms was almost chopped off. Bang! On Lu Ming's body, the array that had concealed his aura collapsed and his original aura was revealed. You are Lu Ming. Haha, my luck is not bad. If I kill you, the supreme leader of the Wang clan will reward me handsomely. Luo Li laughed as his demonic might surged. A terrifying saber radiance cut through everything, shattering the formation in front of him. The terrifying saber radiance then slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hands and 2 puppets rushed out. They were easily cut in half by the saber radiance. Lu Ming, you're out of luck to have run into me. You'll die today. Ro Li laughed. However, Lu Ming waved his hands and more than 10 puppets appeared, charging at Luo Li. They were all at 1st and 2nd rank of 7th level. Behind the dozen or so puppets were 9 puppets that looked like white birds. They followed the puppets in front of them and charged at Ro Li. The remaining 9 puppets were all at 4th grade 7th level. This was the highest grade puppet that Lu Ming had bought from the treasure pavilion. He could not control it if he had not broken through to become a 7th-rank alchemist. Ro Li slashed with his demonic blade, and the puppets in front of him were cut into pieces. However, at this moment, the strongest puppet had arrived. Explode! Lu Ming spat out a word softly. Perfect spiritual ocean tear. As Lu Ming uttered the word explode, the 9 4th-grade 7th-level puppets glowed and exploded. The puppets self-destructed. The 9 4th-grade 7th-level puppets self-destructed, creating a terrifying energy storm that surged toward Luo Li. Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to leave the place. Boom! 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 Ro Li's furious roar came from the violent energy, and after a few breaths, he charged out. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were in tatters, and there were many wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely. His face was pitch black as if it had been burnt. He swept his gaze around but there was no trace of Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. A furious roar came from Ro Li's mouth. Luo Li's killing intent towards Lu Ming was extremely strong. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and advanced at top speed. The self-destruction of the 9 4th-grade 7th-level puppets was powerful, but Lu Ming knew that it would not do much to Luo Li. It's still not enough to rely on the Tao of inscription. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. His Tao of inscription was already very strong, and he could instantly cast a level 7 primary array. If coordinated well, even an ordinary 4th-level spirit embryo realm ancient martial art practitioner would be killed by him. He had only just broken through to become a level 7 alchemist, and that was already terrifying enough. However, Ro Li was no ordinary warrior. He was a prodigy among prodigies. My martial cultivation has to break through to the spirit embryo realm as soon as possible. Only then will I have the confidence to fight against prodigies like Luo Li. The breakthrough to the spirit embryo realm was imperative. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with ordinary heaven's favorites or even most of the god-level heaven's favorites. However, the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, and even those who were ranked higher, were all monstrous geniuses. They were too strong for him. After flying for 100,000 miles, Lu Ming landed and circulated his cultivation for a while. The injury on his arm was completely healed. Then, Lu Ming took a look at his luck value. It had exceeded 10,000 and reached 10,800. He had obtained the secret manuals from the Double Moon Mountain, and his luck value had increased by more than 5,000. I've finished exploring the strange land within a radius of 100,000 li. I need to go further to explore. Lu Ming pondered and chose the west. He flew toward the west. What? After flying for a while, Lu Ming's gaze suddenly stopped. A group of figures appeared in front of him. The three-eyed god race had a total of 100 or so people, and they were flying through the sky at high speed. At this moment, the three-eyed god also saw Lu Ming. It's those human youths. Kill them. Kill them. The moment the three-eyed gods caught sight of Lu Ming, they roared and charged at him. The strongest seems to be at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm. Then, all of you will become my nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. He took a few steps forward, and the inscriptions continued to seep into the void. Buzz. Buzz. The three-eyed god was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he was already close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a heavy step in the void. Runes glowed and an array appeared. It condensed into sword beams and slashed forward. This was a level 7 array formation, and it was extremely powerful. Those three-eyed gods below the spirit embryo realm were instantly sliced in half, killed on the spot. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. With a roar, devouring power erupted. The blood essence, intent runes, and energy of the three-eyed elder god that had been killed were all devoured by Lu Ming. Even those who survived were greatly weakened by the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming continued to inscribe arrays and launched a storm of attacks. Some of the first and second level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods found it difficult to resist and were killed under the storm of attacks. Retreat, retreat. The leader was a 4th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. He had a burly body and a powerful aura, but he was currently filled with fear as he shouted in shock. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light flashed, and one by one, the three-eyed god race was killed. Bang! In the end, only the 4th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god managed to charge out of the array's range. He frantically fled into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The other three-eyed gods were all killed by Lu Ming. What a pity! Lu Ming muttered. If he had directed all of his attacks at the 4th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god, it would have been enough to kill him. However, the attacks were too scattered, so he had escaped. Lu Ming kept all the storage rings and controlled his 9 dragon bloodline to devour the 100 three-eyed gods and turn them into mummies before leaving the place. 10,000 miles away, Lu Ming dug out a cave in a large mountain. He carved an array at the entrance of the cave and sat cross-legged in the cave, beginning the refinement. Although most of the 100 three-eyed gods were at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm and had perfected the spiritual ocean realm, their energy was still shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine them. Lu Ming's focus was on the concept. He would get rid of the intent he didn't need and refine the intent he needed. Among them, the fire concept was the most abundant, and there was also the thunder and wind concepts. There weren't many earth concepts, but there were a few. There was even a three-eyed god at the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm who had comprehended the earth concept. At the spirit embryo realm, one's intent would definitely be at the 3rd level. This allowed Lu Ming's earth concept to break through to the full circle of level 2. As his earth concept broke through to the perfected stage of level 2, the massive amount of energy was constantly being converted into Lu Ming's cultivation. Not long after, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed and he broke through to the perfected spirit sea realm. Buzz! Then, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged, exuding an ancient and heavy aura. The 3 golden chakras glowed, and the next moment, the 4th chakra emerged. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline had also advanced to the 4th level of the divine level. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had refined all the energy. The wind and fire concepts had improved the most, and they were approaching the lower tier of level 3. His thunder concept had also broken through to level 3. Only the earth concept was still at the great circle of level 2. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the perfected spirit ocean realm, and he was only 1 step away from the spirit embryo realm. This time, he had gained a lot. Moreover, his luck value had also increased by a few thousand. Killing these three-eyed god race beings really is worth it. Lu Ming revealed a smile. The 2nd level of the earth essence realm has been completed. Now is the time for the nature fruit to come in handy. Lu Ming pondered. The next moment, a nature fruit appeared in his hand. He swallowed it without hesitation. With a single thought, the nature manifestation fruit entered Lu Ming's body and transformed into a wondrous energy. This energy seemed to follow Lu Ming's thoughts and transformed into an extremely rich earth concept. The nature fruit could transform into anything. It was truly mysterious. Lu Ming cultivated the earth concept with the nature manifestation fruit and made rapid progress. Lu Ming took out another nature fruit after he had finished one. Previously, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 12 nature fruits. 3 days later, after Lu Ming had consumed 7 nature manifestation fruits, his earth concept finally broke through the bottleneck and reached level 3. At this point, Lu Ming's 4 concepts had all reached level 3. Their power had increased to a terrifying level. Chapter 914 Waiting. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was not over yet. He spent the next 2 days refining the remaining 5 nature fruits. His earth concept had improved to the middle of the 3rd level. However, the effects of the 1000-elephant fruit are getting worse and worse. Lu Ming thought to himself. The effect of the 1000-form fruit was the best during the first 5. The further he ate, the more his body seemed to be immune to the 1000-form fruit, and the less effective it was. If he had more nature manifestation fruits and continued to eat them, the effect would be minimal. All 4 intents had broken through to the 3rd level. The next step was to form a spirit embryo. Condensing a spirit embryo was to condense the spirit ocean into a round shape, like a placenta. That was why it was called a spirit embryo. A spirit embryo could give birth to a spirit god. It wasn't that easy to form a spirit embryo, and it required a massive amount of energy. Lu Ming had a large number of raw gemstones on him, but he did not want to waste them. Weren't there many three-eyed gods out there? Why waste it? Lu Ming came out of the cave and found a very magnificent and more obvious mountain peak. Lu Ming began to inscribe the array on the peak of the mountain. The endless inscriptions kept entering the mountain peak. This time, he spent 2 whole days to inscribe a formation. However, this formation was a top-notch level 7 formation, and its power was extremely terrifying. After he was done, Lu Ming spent a little more time to inscribe some level 7 intermediate formations. Then, he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He planned to wait here for the three-eyed god race. After all, the intent realm and true essence he devoured needed time to refine and polish. He might as well wait for the enemy to take the bait, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming sat on the peak of the mountain, cultivating quietly with his eyes closed. 1 day, 2 days, and the first 3 days, there was no one. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. His essential core and artistic conception were slowly becoming pure. However, it was not enough. He still needed to condense and polish them rapidly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Lu Ming had been sitting there for 6 days. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. On the 7th day, there was the sound of air breaking. More than 20 figures appeared not far from the mountain. More than 20 figures were all young people. Some of them were young Heaven's Pride experts, while others carried long swords on their backs and were wrapped in black robes. They were men of sacrifice. These were the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There's someone on the mountain. One of them looked at the mountain peak and said. The others all looked towards the mountain peak. That person looks familiar. It's Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. Someone shouted. It's really Lu Ming. I didn't expect him to be sitting on the mountain peak so openly. Brother Luan, why don't we attack and kill Lu Ming? The few young men all looked at a young man in armor. He was a god-tier genius from the Luan family, an ancient family. He was ranked 139th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was the leader of the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the geniuses of the Ditian Divine Palace. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Lu Ming did not disguise himself since he was going down the formation. If the paragons of the other forces wanted to kill him, he would not mind killing them and obtaining their luck points. The prodigy of the chaotic clan frowned. Back then, at the 9 Dragons exchange meet, Lu Ming had displayed his powerful combat strength and was not much weaker than him. Now that more than half a year had passed, although he had made great progress, Lu Ming must have become stronger as well. He was not confident. Moreover, Lu Ming was sitting on the mountain peak openly. He had a bad feeling. Lu Ming is very evil. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. Besides, he's just sitting there. I'm afraid he's up to something. Let's leave Lu Ming's life to those stronger people. We just have to spread the news. said the chosen of the chaotic clan. The others were silent for a moment before nodding. Since the prodigy of the chaotic clan had said so, the others, who were weaker in battle prowess, naturally didn't dare to make a move. "Let's go, we're leaving this place," the chosen of the chaotic clan said. Then, the group flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. These people were really cautious. He had no choice but to continue waiting. However, in less than 2 hours, a loud sound came from the front. Lu Ming saw that it was still the young man from the Wan family and his group. However, at this moment, they were panicking and in a sorry state, running for their lives. Behind them, tall and burly figures were chasing them. Behind them, there were 500 to 600 three-eyed gods pursuing them. There were quite a few powerful beings among the three-eyed gods, and their auras were extremely terrifying. "Die, human! How dare you use us as your trial targets? Die! And NBSP, kill! Kill!" The three-eyed god race members all shouted as they madly pursued. They weren't using their full strength, and it was as if they were playing cat and mouse. "Stop playing around. Kill these ants as soon as possible and look for other humans. You'll be heavily rewarded for every human you kill." A deep voice rang out. "Yes. Yes." An expert from the three-eyed god race responded, and his speed suddenly increased. He soared into the air and charged in front of the chosen from the Wan clan, blocking their path. Those people were shockingly at the 3rd level of spirit embryo realm. As for the youth from the Wan family, he was only at the great circle of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, he had a look of despair. "Hey, there's a human on that mountain. Go, kill him." At this moment, the three-eyed god race noticed Lu Ming. The leader waved his hand, and a 1st-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god immediately rushed up the mountain peak and charged at Lu Ming with a sinister smile. "Die!" The three-eyed god's killing intent was icy cold. "You're the one who's going to die." Lu Ming stood up and struck out with his palm like lightning. Boom! This 1st-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god was split into pieces by Lu Ming's palm. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the perfected spirit sea realm, it was a piece of cake for him to kill an expert of the 1st-level spirit embryo realm. The prison-suppressing heavenly art must be controlled properly. It can't be too explosive. Lu Ming secretly warned himself. As the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was upgraded to level 4 of the divine tier, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique's power had reached the level of a low-grade divine tier martial technique. Its power was terrifying. However, the amount of essential core consumed was absolutely unimaginable. If Lu Ming were to use the white hair prison destructive divine art at full force, his entire body of essential core would be drained dry in an instant. If he was not careful, he would not be able to release much power. Looks like I'll have to stop upgrading the prison-suppressing steel bloodline for now. I'll focus on upgrading the 9 dragons bloodline. Otherwise, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique will be too strong, and my cultivation is too weak. It'll be difficult for me to use it. I'll think about it after I improve my cultivation. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. As for the chosen of the chaotic clan and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming had actually killed a 1st-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god with one move. He was too powerful. His combat strength was definitely far above his. However, he would still die in the face of so many three-eyed gods. He's quite strong. All of you, attack him together and kill him. The leader of the three-eyed god race waved his hand, and 7 to 8 figures charged toward Lu Ming. Breaking through to the spirit embryo realm. These 7 to 8 three-eyed gods were all in the 1st or 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm. There was even one in the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm, which was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. The 8 three-eyed god race beings were all tall and muscular, covered in scales. Their eyes were cold, like demons from the abyss. They stepped in the air, causing the air to tremble. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. All of the three-eyed gods who had been preparing to kill the chosen of the Luan clan suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked in Lu Ming's direction. They wanted to see how Lu Ming was going to be killed, and how the chosen of the Luan clan would be struck with even more fear. Bang! Bang! The 8 three-eyed gods landed on the mountain peak. The mountain peak rumbled as the 8 of them landed in 4 different directions, surrounding Lu Ming. Die! A second-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god shouted coldly, and a beam of light shot out from his third eye. This beam of light was made of ice, and wherever it passed, a white passage appeared in the space, filled with ice crystals. Bang! And NBSP, Lu Ming took a step forward, and a large formation appeared on the ground. 2 ice spears were formed, one of which destroyed the three-eyed god's beam of light, while the other pierced through the three-eyed god. Not good, it's a formation. And NBSP, the other 7 three-eyed gods on the mountain all paled, and they tried to retreat, but it was too late. And NBSP, the cold air was pressing down on everyone, and 20 ice spears instantly appeared, surrounding the 7 three-eyed gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air with unparalleled speed. The 7 three-eyed gods screamed in pain as they were killed. This was a level 7 middle-grade array technique. It was more than enough to kill a three-eyed god whose highest cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. The other three-eyed gods all paled. And NBSP, the three-eyed god in the lead, had a grave expression on his face, and then a cold killing intent began to spread. So you've set up a formation here. Do you think that setting up a formation is of any use? Let's attack together and kill him with long-range attacks. The leader of the three-eyed god race ordered. In an instant, all the three-eyed gods surrounded Lu Ming's mountain peak. They surrounded him from all directions, making it impossible for even a drop of water to pass through. On the other hand, no one bothered with the prodigies of the chaotic clan. Let's go further away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the prodigy of the chaotic clan and the others flew far away, hiding on a hidden mountain peak to watch. If anything went wrong, they planned to escape immediately. Kill! The leader of the three-eyed god race gave the order, and all the other three-eyed gods' third eyes glowed. Beams of light shot out at the speed of light, shooting toward Lu Ming. Within 3,000 meters, that's enough. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Even though the three-eyed gods surrounded the mountain and didn't approach it, they were still within 3,000 meters of it. This was enough. He took a step forward and a huge formation appeared on the mountain peak. The formation was made up of countless inscriptions. It was the top-notch level 7 formation that Lu Ming had spent 2 days inscribing. This formation was called the Star-Chasing Moon Formation. The formation was activated, and countless arrows were shot out in all directions. Each arrow was like a stream of light, tearing through the void as if it could chase the stars and the moon. That was how the formation got its name. Bang! 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 The beams of light shot out from the three-eyed god's eyes were all shattered, and the arrows didn't stop. They continued to shoot out in all directions. The power of a peak grade level 7 formation was truly terrifying. The three-eyed gods were all pierced through and shot into the air. Retreat, quickly retreat. And NBSP, the remaining three-eyed gods all screamed in fear and tried to run, but they were greeted by even more arrows. Blood splattered everywhere, and agonized cries rang out. No matter if they were in the spiritual ocean tier or the spirit embryo realm, no matter if they were in the 1st level or the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm, or even stronger, they were all killed by the arrows in an instant. No. Arg. The leader of the three-eyed god race let loose a cry of terror as a vast aura erupted from his body. A terrifying black light that seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth appeared. This leader of the three-eyed god race had a cultivation of the 7th-tier spirit embryo realm and was extremely powerful. However, under the attack of a peak grade level 7 formation, it was still useless. He was pierced through by the dense arrows and turned into a hornet's nest. A level 7 high-grade array could already kill experts of the 7th level spirit embryo realm and above, let alone a top-notch level 7 array. Lu Ming had spent 2 days to set this up. In the distance, the paragon of the chaotic clan and the others were all pale with fright, and their bodies trembled in fear. They thought of how they had wanted to kill Lu Ming previously. It was a good thing they were wary and didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have been dead. This Lu Ming is too powerful. He can actually set up such a terrifying formation. We'd better not provoke him in the future. If others want to kill him and get rewards, let them do it. The heavens favorite of the chaotic clan said with lingering fear in his heart. That's right. We can't deal with such a monster. Let's leave this place first and find other opportunities. Another person said in a low voice. That's right, let's go. Leave this place. After that, the young man from the Yuan family and the others left the place carefully. And NBSP, at this moment, all of the three-eyed gods around the mountain had been killed by the formation. Lu Ming cast a glance in the direction where the youth from the chaotic family and the rest had left, but he ignored them. He was just a clown, and the highest he could get was only at the great circle of the spiritual ocean realm. Even if he killed him, he wouldn't get much. With the appearance of the 9-dragon bloodline, a violent devouring power burst forth, devouring the blood essence, energy, and intent runes of the three-eyed gods. Let's go and find a place to refine it. Lu Ming moved and left the place. He found a hidden place and started to refine. The surging energy was continuously converted into true essence and poured into the spirit sea. The blood essence was used to improve the bloodline of the 9 dragons. It's enough, there's enough energy. I'll start to break through to the spirit embryo realm now. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and began to break through to the next realm. The spiritual ocean tier was continuously expanding the area of the spiritual ocean. The larger the area of the spiritual ocean, the more Jin Yuan it could store. However, the spirit embryo realm was completely different. One had to condense the spirit ocean into a sphere, like an embryo. This was the spirit embryo realm, and as one's cultivation continued to rise, the area of the spirit embryo would become smaller and smaller, but it would become more and more solid, and finally give birth to a spirit god. Boom! 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 The spirit sea started to shake and change its shape. Lu Ming had started to break through to the next realm. This process was slow and required time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The spirit sea in Lu Ming's dantian had disappeared and was replaced by a huge ball. This ball was transformed from the previous spirit sea and was completely condensed from vital essence. A vast and powerful aura was emitted from the ball. Lu Ming's body also exuded a powerful aura. Spirit embryo realm, breakthrough. However, this was not the end. The energy from the hundreds of three-eyed gods he devoured was too abundant. Lu Ming's energy had not been completely consumed even after he broke through to the first level of spirit embryo realm. His cultivation was still rising rapidly. Another 3 days passed before Lu Ming's aura stabilized. His cultivation had already advanced to the second level of the spirit embryo realm. Great improvement in strength. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the spirit embryo realm in one go. His strength had skyrocketed and it was much higher than before. Lu Ming felt that his entire body was filled with energy, boundless energy. Roar! Dragon roars reverberated as the 5 golden chakras on the body of the 9-dragon bloodline shone. His 9-dragon bloodline had also been upgraded to the 5th level of the divine level. This was all thanks to the leader of the three-eyed god race, who was at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. He was really powerful. Whether it was his blood essence or energy, they were all extremely powerful. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have been able to have such a huge improvement. And the intent realms of wind, fire, and thunder are all at the peak of the 3rd level entry. I'm just one step away from the 3rd level lower tier. The earth intent realm is also at the late stage of the 3rd level entry. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The function of the 9 dragons bloodline was too heaven-defying. It allowed Lu Ming's cultivation base to skyrocket. It was entirely possible for him to cultivate a few more concepts in the future. This time, be it the will or the Zhen Yuan, they have both improved too much. I can already feel that the will and Zhen Yuan are a little messy. I can't devour them for a while. I need to spend some time to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered secretly. However, Lu Ming did not want to go into seclusion to condense all the time. He wanted to search for treasures and opportunities while slowly building his foundation. After all, 1.5 months had passed since the Battle of Providence. There was less and less time left. Lu Ming ended his closed-door cultivation and flew high into the sky. With a flash of his body in a burst of quintessential essence, Lu Ming's figure was dozens of miles away. His vital essence is too strong. With my current cultivation, I can definitely fight with little demon Lord Luoli, or even kill him. Lu Ming revealed a confident smile on his face. Compared to the last time he met Luoli, Lu Ming had improved a lot. All 4 intents had broken through to the 3rd level. With the advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline, he had an additional dragon power. In addition, his cultivation had advanced to the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm. His combat strength had improved too much. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Next, Lu Ming searched for elixirs and precious materials while he built his foundation and stabilized his cultivation. Although Lu Ming's speed was not too fast, he still flew hundreds of thousands of miles. On the way, he met a few people from the three-eyed god race, but he didn't attack them. There were powerful beings among these three-eyed god race beings, and there were quite a few of them who were above the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. And in the spirit embryo realm, it was undoubtedly more difficult to fight across levels. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was confident that he would not be afraid of 7th level spirit embryo realm experts. However, it would be troublesome if he were to be surrounded by many experts of this level. Furthermore, his foundation wasn't stable yet. Even if he killed the three-eyed god race, he wouldn't be able to devour them, so he didn't make a move. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a large tree, condensing his essential core and polishing his artistic conception. Suddenly, in the distant sky, 2 figures were flying forward at high speed. They were 2 young men, a man and a woman. Inscriptions glowed on their bodies. Xing Qing flapped his wings and continued flying forward. However, they seemed to be in a panic and were in a sorry state. The Talisman Amulet Sect. Lu Ming's expression changed. This was the first time Lu Ming encountered a Talisman Amulet Sect disciple since he entered. The number of Talisman Amulet Sect members participating in the Battle of Karmic Luck was small to begin with, so the chances of encountering one were naturally small. However, the 2 Talisman Amulet Sect disciples were obviously running away with someone chasing after them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 or 4 streaks of light streaked through the air and chased after him. They were 4 young men. From their clothes, they were actually from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The 2 forces had actually joined forces to pursue the Talisman Amulet Sect. Hee, you can't run away. Just come with us obediently. A paragon of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, who was covered in corpse chi, sneered. This person had a cultivation at the Great Circle of the Spiritual Ocean tier. It had been more than a month and a half since the War of Providence had started. In such an environment, Lu Ming was not the only one making progress. Everyone was making progress as well. Many people's cultivation levels had also improved by leaps and bounds. When they first entered, only Wang Yan and the other top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents had a cultivation at the perfected spiritual ocean realm. Even Di Feng was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. But now, there were already quite a number of people who had broken through to the perfected spirit sea realm. There were even some who had started to charge towards the spirit embryo realm. And those heaven's favorites who were already above the spirit embryo realm naturally had a breakthrough. Everyone was improving, and if they didn't improve, they would be eliminated. Of the other 3 pursuing youths, one of them had a cultivation base at the perfected spiritual ocean realm, while the other 2 were at the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The 4 of them were extremely fast as they approached the 2 talisman amulet sect disciples. "Let's go all out with them." The talisman sect's woman shouted angrily and stopped. More than 10 inscription scrolls appeared in her hand. Mental energy fire filled the air, and the inscription scrolls lit up. Attacks burst out one after another, attacking the 4 people who were chasing after them. Small tricks. A saber light slashed out. It came from a purple-robed young man from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The purple-robed young man was another expert at the perfected spirit sea realm. Without a doubt, this man was a god-tier heaven's favorite who had awakened a god-tier bloodline. His combat strength was extremely powerful. As the blade light flashed, the talisman sect woman's inscription scrolls were all destroyed. In the end, the blade light landed on the woman's body and broke her protective shield. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and her body drifted back. Junior sister hi. The talisman sect man supported the woman, his face filled with worry. Hee, like I said, you can't leave. Just come with us obediently. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect stepped forward and sneered. The 4 young men from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had already surrounded the 2 talisman amulet sect disciples. Don't even think about it. You captured our talisman amulet sect's disciples just to help you crack the array in the ruins. That array is extremely mysterious and dangerous. Even if we were to crack it, there's a high chance that we'll die. The treasures we obtain in the end will belong to you. Don't even think about it. The talisman sect's young woman was extremely unyielding as she rebuked loudly. Do you still not understand? Your talisman amulet sect's only purpose in participating in the War of Providence is to help us crack the formations in the ruins. Otherwise, we would have killed you long ago if we saw you. Why would we have kept you alive until now? The purple-robed young man said coldly with an air of superiority. Kong Mingshang, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I'll help you break the formation. After breaking this one, there's still the next one. I'll die sooner or later. Why don't you kill me now? The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Mingshang was a heaven's favorite from the Kong family, one of the 6 great ancient families. He was ranked 198th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was a true god-level heaven's favorite. Do you want to die? It's not that easy. You're pretty good looking. We can have a good time with you. I'll see if you beg for mercy under my majesty's eyes. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered, and a trace of evil fire flashed in his eyes. This made the young woman's face pale. Everyone, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lu Ming was stepping in the air and walking toward them. The situation of the talisman sect's disciples. Tianyun. No, Lu Ming Zongzi. The 2 men from the talisman sect were pleasantly surprised when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The faces of Kong Mingshang and the rest changed when they saw Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very terrifying at the social gathering. Kong Mingshang and the other 3 could not help but gather together. They looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. What's wrong? Do you think my talisman amulet sect has no one? Lu Ming's expression turned cold. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There are 4 of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, our cultivation and abilities have improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. We might be able to improve even faster than Lu Ming. If the 4 of us join forces, we'll be able to kill him. A hint of viciousness and greed flashed in Kong Mingshang's eyes. Killing Lu Ming would earn him a huge reward from the Wang family's supreme martial artist. This made him very tempted. When the other 3 heard Kong Mingshang's words, they were very tempted. Lu Ming was strong in the past, but that did not mean that he would always be strong. During this period of time, they had made great progress. They did not believe that the 4 of them could not kill Lu Ming with their combined strength. Lu Ming looked at Kong Mingshang with a half-smile and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Attack! Let's attack together and kill him. Kong Mingshang growled. Being looked at by Lu Ming with such a gaze, Kong Ming still felt very uncomfortable. He was ranked 198th on the list of top 1,000 talents, and yet Lu Ming was looking at him with such contempt. Who was Lu Ming? Kill! The 4 of them roared and attacked at the same time, charging toward Lu Ming. The dazzling saber light and the boundless corpse chi enveloped Lu Ming. Zongzi, be careful! The 2 talisman sect disciples exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not move but took a step forward. Countless inscriptions emerged from under Lu Ming's feet. A large array appeared out of thin air. A fierce tiger with blazing flames condensed and roared at the sky. Kong Mingshang and the other 3 were shocked, and their pupils contracted. He carved an array in the void. He's a level 7 alchemist. This is a level 7 formation. No, spare my life. The 4 of them screamed in fear. However, the next moment, the flaming tiger pounced and tore the 4 of them apart. Naturally, after killing 4 people, Lu Ming's luck value increased a little. The 2 talisman amulet sect disciples were dumbfounded. Zongzi Lu Ming, you've advanced to a rank 7 alchemist. The young woman was overjoyed. All the young prodigies of the talisman amulet sect knew that Lu Ming had lit up 10 spirit lamps in the first 5 levels. After that, Lu Ming entered the observatory, and the spirit lamps he lit at the 6th level were definitely not bad. With such a foundation, Lu Ming would definitely be very strong when he broke through to a 7th rank alchemist. Naturally, they would be happy. What? What are your names? Lu Ming nodded and asked. Zongzi, I'm Hai Fei, he's Lu Guang. The young woman said. The 2 of them looked quite intimate, so they should be a couple. I heard you say that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect are capturing the disciples of our talisman amulet sect to help them break the array formation in the ruins. What exactly is going on? Lu Ming asked. It's like this. The Heavenly Corpse sect, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace have discovered a huge ruin. However, the ruins are surrounded by array formations that are extremely powerful. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect can't break through the array formations with their half-baked Tao of inscription. Therefore, they have set their sights on the disciples of the talisman amulet sect. The 3 parties have joined forces to capture the disciples of the talisman amulet sect and help them break the array formation. I heard that some of the disciples of the talisman amulet sect have already died while trying to break the array formation. Hai Fei gritted her teeth and said. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was treating the talisman amulet sect disciples as tools. Don't tell me that there aren't any experts from our talisman amulet sect to fight against them. Lu Ming asked. No, Hai Fei shook her head. The 13 Zongzis aren't here, and the enemy is too strong. Even if someone tries to fight them, they'll die. That's right. I heard that many Heaven's Pride experts from the three forces have gathered there. There are even quite a few of them who are ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. The strongest ones are the Little Demon Lord Luoli, the Li Fire Sword Li Tiangu, the Blood Sword 7 and the Blood Sword 9 from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the two Heaven's Pride experts from the Heavenly Demon Valley who are no weaker than the Li Fire Sword and the Little Demon Lord. Lu Guang added. Little Demon Lord, is there still Brother Litian? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Among them, Brother Litian was the highest ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents at 51st place. He was 10 places higher than Little Demon Lord Luoli. Of course, it had been more than 4 years since the last update of the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother Litian's combat strength might not be stronger than the Little Demon Lord's, but he was definitely not to be underestimated. Where are the ruins? Lu Ming asked. Zongzi, do you really want to go? But the other side is so powerful. Hai Fei was a little worried. What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you're scared, tell me the address. I'll go alone. Lu Ming said. In the future, he would take control of the Talisman Amulet sect. In his opinion, these paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect would become the pillars of the sect and his powerful helpers. How could he let them die here? Lu Ming would definitely go and save them. Also, it was time to settle the score with the Little Demon Lord. He had wasted so many puppets. No, I'm not afraid. If Zongzi wants to go, I'll go with him. Lu Guang, what about you? Hai Fei gritted her teeth, then looked at Lu Guang. Since you're going, I'm naturally going too. Lu Guang's determined gaze warmed Hai Fei's heart. Alright, then you guys lead the way. We'll go together. Lu Ming said with a smile. The three of them immediately tore through the void and headed toward the ruins that Hai Fei had mentioned. There was a huge legacy site more than 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming and the rest. This was a group of palaces. They looked very old, and some places were already somewhat dilapidated. In all directions of the palace complex, there were all kinds of killing formations, illusory formations, overlapping each other, making it extremely dangerous. This place was first discovered by the paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, but they couldn't enter at all. They even lost a lot of people in the formation. In the end, they could only gather the nearby Heaven's Pride experts to crack the array together. In the end, even the Heaven's Pride experts of the Sky Demon Valley joined in. However, they realized that it was too difficult to break these arrays. Even if they could break them, they didn't know how long it would take. Therefore, they began to target the Talisman Amulet sect disciples and captured them everywhere. Outside the ruins, the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, as well as some suicide soldiers, numbered more than 300 people. They surrounded the dozen Talisman Amulet sect disciples in the middle. Alright, we've rested enough. Let's set off now and continue to crack the array. Little Demon Lord Luo Li's eyes glowed with a murderous light as he stared at the Talisman Amulet sect. Don't even think about it. If you want to break it, you can do it yourself. We won't go again. In the past 3 days, 6 of our senior and junior brothers have died in order to break the formation. A crisp sound was heard. It was by Qi Xue, who was also caught by them. Meeting Ro Li again. Not going. Sure, I'll kill you right now. And you're as beautiful as a fairy, this young master doesn't mind letting you have a good time. The little demonic lord stared at Bai Qixue with his eyes full of evil fire. If not for the fact that there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, he would have executed Bai Qixue on the spot. Bai Qixue's face turned pale when she saw the little demon lord's evil eyes. She did not dare to say anything. You guys go first and break the formation. The little demon lord pointed at 5 of them and said coldly. The 5 people's faces turned ugly and they sighed. He had no choice but to break the formation. If he did, he might still be able to survive. If he didn't, he would be killed. Previously, 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples had gone against the little demon lord and were brutally killed by him. Who didn't know that the various devil lords of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were cruel and merciless? As the 5 Talisman Amulet sect disciples walked into the ruins, the 3 parties from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were closely watching them. After a while, light began to shine from inside. The disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect had already begun to break the array. But not long after, a scream was heard. What's going on? The little demon lord's voice spread far and wide. A Talisman sect disciple tried to break the formation but was killed by the formation. A disciple of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace came to report. You're really trash. The little demon lord shouted coldly. Bai Qixue and the other disciples of the Talisman sect looked miserable. Among the 4 great powers, the Talisman Amulet sect was the weakest. Now that the other 3 powers had joined forces to deal with them, they had no way of resisting. These Talisman Amulet sect disciples are too weak. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to break the array here. A young man in blood-red clothes and carrying a blood-red sword on his back said coldly from the crowd of the Heavenly Corpse sect. His name was the 7th Blood Sword, and he was ranked higher than the little demon lord on the list of top 1,000 talents. That's right. If we can catch one of the 13 candidates, the possibility of cracking the seal will increase greatly. One of the Sky Demon Valley's elites said as he licked his lips. I don't know where those guys are. I haven't seen a single one these days. The 7th Blood Sword said. Not bad. The others nodded in agreement. As for the Talisman sect disciples who were killed while breaking the array, they were unconcerned. They even thought that the other party was trash who couldn't even break the array. The few of them were chatting when suddenly, their expressions changed and they looked towards the eastern sky. 3 beams of light flew over. When the light dispersed, 3 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming, Hai Fei, and Lu Guang. Lu Ming, it's you piece of trash. The little demon lord Luoli was the first to speak, his eyes filled with anger. Previously, he had been injured by Lu Ming's puppet. He had wanted to tear Lu Ming's bones apart. He had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly appear here. Lu Ming, it's him. There are 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples with him. There's actually someone who delivered himself to my door. The others all called out. This was especially so for the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley. They looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There would be a huge reward for killing Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? They want to capture our Talisman Amulet sect's disciples to help them break the formation. Hurry up and leave. Seeing Lu Ming, Bai Qixue cried out, looking anxious. There were too many paragons from the 3 forces here. They were too powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he was no match for them. Lu Ming smiled at Bai Qixue and glanced around. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley moved. They appeared around Lu Ming and vaguely cut off his escape route. Lu Ming, I'll see where you can run to this time. If I don't skin you alive, I'm not called Luoli. The little demon lord looked at Lu Ming coldly. Didn't you want to break the formation here? I'll help you break it. Lu Ming said as he glanced at the little demon lord. You can break it. The 7th Blood Sword's eyes lit up. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and a ball of purple mental energy fire danced in his palm. A 7th rank alchemist. He exclaimed. More people's eyes lit up. How is it? I'll help you break the array, but I have a condition. Release the other talisman sect disciples. Lu Ming said loudly. Let them go. That's impossible. Lu Ming, what right do you have to negotiate with us? The little demon lord said coldly. Not bad. This Lu Ming is really an idiot. He actually delivered himself to our door. Just in time, we'll take you down. You'll still have to obediently help us break the array. A young man on Lu Ming's right sneered. This young man was called Quan Fei. He was also a peerless heaven's pride of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, ranked 109th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first level of the spirit embryo realm. He was extremely powerful. Even though Lu Ming was a 7th-rank alchemist, he was not afraid at all. He took large strides forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Obediently surrender and help us break the formation. Quan Fei laughed coldly and strode forward, sending a palm strike at Lu Ming. This palm was extremely powerful. The huge palm force locked onto Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at him coldly. Get lost. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. Boom! The earth rumbled and the palm force that flew out collapsed instantly. Then, Lu Ming slapped out. Pa! A slap landed directly on Quan Fei's face. Quan Fei let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying a few thousand meters away like a broken sack. He crashed heavily onto the ground and twitched non-stop. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. A single slap had actually sent Quan Fei, who was at the peak of the first level of the spirit embryo realm, flying. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Although he had been careless and did not use the blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming's combat strength was still terrifying. How dare you injure the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? I'll cripple you now. The little demonic lord was furious. Demonic chi surged from his body. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. He waved his palm in the air, and a terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He was not afraid at all. He immediately burst out with dragon energy. His body was covered in a layer of scales as he threw a punch forward. Boom! The fist radiance and the saber radiance collided, causing a violent boom. Lu Ming and the little demon lord both took 3 steps back. Impossible! The little demon lord roared in disbelief. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to force him to retreat with one move. Even though he did not use his full strength in the attack just now. 4th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The little demon lord Luoli was stronger than the last time. He had broken through a level and reached the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. However, even if it was 2 levels higher, so what? Lu Ming was still confident. Around him, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and Brotherly Tian, the Leaving Fire Sword, all the elites of the Sky Demon Valley, looked grave. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. Only those with strength can negotiate. Bai Qixue and the other disciples of the Talisman sect were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against the little demon lord Luoli. This kind of improvement was too great. Kill! The little demonic lord roared. Demonic chi rolled around his body, and a blade light shot into the sky. Whoosh! A shocking saber radiance cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. This blade was much stronger than the previous one. Let's see how you're going to block this. The little demon lord's cold voice rang out along with the saber light. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. The aura on his body grew stronger, and a second dragon energy burst out in his body. Boom! Just like before, a loud boom rang out, and the energy roared. Bang! 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 This time, the little demon lord also took 3 steps back, while Lu Ming only took 2 steps back. The little demon lord was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone was shocked. Now, they had already seen that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm, while the little demon lord was at the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming could actually cross 2 levels and suppress the little demon lord. How was this possible? It was simply inconceivable. Who was the little demon lord? He was a genius among geniuses. Ah, die, die, I want you to die. 9 Death's Demon Saber. The little demonic lord roared, his killing intent surging like a tide as he slashed out with his saber. Demonic might shook the sky, and the power was terrifying. You're not enough. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the little demon lord. Another burst of dragon energy erupted in his body. Lu Ming's strength had increased. With every punch he threw, the space shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Ming and the little demonic lord were engaged in a fierce battle. The entire area was shaking violently. Buzz! The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Bang! Then, a figure fell to the ground at an extreme speed and stomped on the ground heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was little demon lord Luoli. He was injured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked down at the little demon lord with a cold gaze. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! At this moment, Brother Litian and the 2 powerful heaven's favorites from the Sky Demon Valley surrounded Lu Ming in a flash. Luoli, let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. Brother Litian said. Not bad. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. The sovereign of the Sky Demon Valley said. Sanguine Sword 7 and Sanguine Sword 9 also looked at Lu Ming with hostile gazes. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Brother Litian said coldly. Do you think you can take me down by joining forces? How laughable. If I were to fight to the death, I'm confident that I can kill one of you. Lu Ming's cold eyes swept across Brother Litian and the rest. They did not know why, but when Lu Ming's gaze swept across them, their hearts turned cold. They did not doubt Lu Ming's words. When Lu Ming was fighting with the little demon lord, although the little demon lord did not use his full strength and did not use blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming did not use blood meridian fusion either. Moreover, none of them knew if Lu Ming had any other trump cards that he had not used. If he had a stronger trump card, it was still possible for him to kill one of them in a desperate battle. Who would be willing to die together with Lu Ming? At the thought of this, their expressions turned ugly. I've already said that I'm here to cooperate. Let go of the talisman sect's disciples and I'll help you break the array. After breaking the array, we'll leave the treasures inside to our own abilities. If we really have to fight, no one will be able to get the treasures in the ruins. Lu Ming said. This time, the scene fell into silence. 7th Sanguine Sword and the others had grave expressions as they pondered. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his lips. This was strength. Only when one was strong could they talk about cooperation. Now, Lu Ming had already displayed his strong strength. If one didn't have the strength, it would be a joke to talk about cooperation with the other party. One would be suppressed by the other party. It's impossible to let the talisman amulet sect disciples leave. If we really let them leave, we might not be able to stop you if you play any tricks. Brother Litian said. That's right. I can't let them leave, but I can ask them to break the formation with you. The 7th Blood Sword said. He would let the talisman amulet sect disciples follow Lu Ming to break the formation while they guarded the surroundings. This way, Lu Ming would not be able to play any tricks. Alright, let's do it this way. Release the talisman sect disciples and the talisman sect disciples who are breaking the array. Lu Ming said. Brother Litian and the rest nodded. Then, they had the talisman amulet sect disciples walk to Lu Ming's side. Zongzi. Lu Ming Zongzi. The talisman amulet sect disciples walked to Lu Ming's side and looked at him gratefully. Lu Ming nodded and looked ahead casually. He said coldly, there's still one more person, why not let him go? Bai Qi Xue was still in their hands. We can't let this woman go. I can see that you have a special relationship with her. In order to prevent you from playing any tricks, she must be controlled by us. The little demon lord walked to Bai Qi Xue and said with a cunning smile. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were all geniuses. Each of them had deep thoughts and was very meticulous. Of course, they could not trust Lu Ming completely. Alright, let's go break the formation now. Lu Ming said and strode into the legacy site. The other talisman sect disciples followed closely behind him. Let's go, we'll follow him, don't let him play any tricks. The little demon lord said, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He hated Lu Ming to the core. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect in the Sky Demon Valley also nodded. The three parties left a few people to keep watch outside. They moved one after another and followed Lu Ming. The little demon lord even took action personally. He clasped Bai Qi Xue's shoulder with his fingers, not giving her a chance to escape. Lu Ming stopped after a few thousand meters. In front of them was an area densely covered with formations. This area was about 10,000 meters deep, and after crossing this area, they would reach the core of the palace complex. In other words, this 10,000-meter area was densely covered with arrays. Lu Ming took a light step on the ground and rows of inscriptions slithered forward like living snakes. The next moment, a complicated array appeared on the ground in front of him, shining with a colorful light. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the arrays, searching for their weaknesses and thinking of ways to crack them. A moment later, he extended a finger and waved it in the air. Inscriptions flew forward and entered the array. Bang! Bang! Immediately, a few formations collapsed, turning into light and dissipating. Brother Litian, the seventh sanguine sword, and the others' eyes lit up. In just a short while, Lu Ming had already cracked several arrays. There was hope for him to crack the array. At the same time, their eyes were filled with solemnness. Lu Ming's refinement path standard was beyond their imagination. Luo Li, keep a close eye on this lady. Lu Ming is well versed in the art of formations. This place is full of formations. We have to be careful to prevent him from playing any tricks. Brother Litian sent a message to Luo Li. Breaking the formation. I know. Don't worry. I'll look after her. Lu Ming won't have a chance. Ro Li nodded. Zongzi, you're so powerful. At the side, the talisman sect's disciples cast Lu Ming looks of admiration. Some of them had already been trying to break the array for several days and knew how difficult it was to break it. In the past few days, many talisman puppet sect disciples had been killed by the array. However, after Lu Ming came, he had only observed for a short while and he had already broken a few large arrays. They knew that Lu Ming's understanding of formations far surpassed theirs. Lu Ming continued to watch. This time, he spent even less time. He waved his fingers and another array collapsed in front of him. Lu Ming realized that the formations that appeared in this world during the Battle of Providence were not particularly advanced, difficult, or beyond their abilities. It was as if he was doing this on purpose to give them a chance to gain experience. Lu Ming was filled with curiosity about the Battle of Providence. He had a feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes that were controlling everything. He shook his head in his heart. These things were not something he could think about now. It was useless even if he thought about it. It was said that the Battle of Providence was taking place in the other continents overseas. To be able to control the endless mainland to participate in the Battle of Providence. What was the use of thinking about such an extraordinary ability? Even a martial royal realm expert would train his sect's geniuses obediently in order to obtain the light from Providence. Don't those martial emperors want to find out the secret behind it? Of course they wanted to, but they just didn't have the ability to. Lu Ming cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and continued to crack the array. His speed of breaking the formation was very fast. As he broke the formation, he walked in. In just a day's time, they had advanced 3,000 meters. The little demon lord and the rest followed closely behind Lu Ming. Their eyes were burning with passion. This ruin was filled with so many formations. It must be extraordinary. The treasures inside must be extraordinary. If he could get it, it would be a great opportunity. Moreover, he would probably have a lot of luck value. They all revealed looks of anticipation. However, after that, Lu Ming's speed of breaking the array slowed down. The deeper he went, the more complicated the array was and the harder it was to crack. It took them 2 days to advance another 3,000 meters. He was still 4,000 meters away from the palace. Lu Ming spent a total of 5 days on the last 4,000 meters. In total, Lu Ming had been breaking the array for 8 days. At this time, they were only about 100 meters away from the palace. But here, they stopped. In front of him, the formation glowed. There were flames, ice, lightning, poison gas, and so on that flickered continuously, blocking his line of sight. He couldn't see what was ahead at all. Lu Ming had been standing there for 3 hours. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Why aren't you breaking the formation? The little demon lord berated. I can't break the formation here. Lu Ming shook his head. You can't break it. The little demon lord and the others were stunned. Lu Ming, you'd better think of a way to crack it. Otherwise, none of you from the Talisman Amulet sect will be able to leave this place. You'll all die here. The little demon lord said coldly. Idiot. Lu Ming looked at the little demon lord and suddenly berated him. You. What did you just say? You bastard, what did you say? The little demon lord roared. Lu Ming actually called him an idiot. He was furious. What are you if not an idiot? I said I can't break it, but that doesn't mean we can't go in. In the Tao of formations, where there is death, there is life. As long as you find a way out, there is no need to break it, you can go straight. You don't even know this common sense, if you're not an idiot, what are you? Lu Ming sneered. You. The little demon lord's face turned red and he almost vomited blood. If not for the fact that he needed Lu Ming now, he would have killed him with one palm. Bastard, just you wait. Once we enter the palace, I'll kill all of these symbol puppet sect disciples and enjoy this woman in front of you. The little demon lord roared in his heart, his eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming, you've been watching for so long. Have you found a way out? Brother Litian asked. Over there. Lu Ming pointed forward. Brother Litian's expression changed. Lu Ming, are you kidding me? Brother Litian said with a dark expression. The direction that Lu Ming was pointing at was a sea of fire. The terrifying flames were burning. One look at it and it was terrifying. That's the way out. If you don't believe me, you can send someone first. You'll know once you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, do you think we're stupid? Let your Talisman Amulet sect go first. The little demon lord shouted coldly. Not bad. Let your Talisman Amulet sect go first. The seventh Sanguine Sword also said coldly. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. You guys go first. Lu Ming said to the Talisman Amulet sect disciples. The Talisman sect's disciples looked at each other and saw the flames in front of them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go, Zongzi won't harm us. Hai Fei took the lead and walked forward, followed by Lu Guang. The rest of the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples followed behind and stepped into the Sea of Fire. The moment they stepped into the Sea of Fire, the Sea of Fire distorted and the figures of the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples disappeared. It's really a way out. Hurry up and follow them. Don't let those Talisman Amulet sect disciples escape. The little demon lord hurriedly ordered. A few geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace led more than 10 men of sacrifice and rushed into the Sea of Fire. However, as soon as they rushed into the Sea of Fire, they let out shrill screams and were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The power of that flame was incomparably terrifying. What's going on? Damn it, Lu Ming, you're cheating. You're looking for death. The little demon lord immediately roared. Brother Litian, the seventh sanguine sword, and the others also exuded a terrifying killing intent that enveloped Lu Ming. What do you mean I cheated? You're just too impatient. The formations here are overlapping and constantly changing. The path of survival is also constantly changing. It was a path of survival just now, but now it's a path of death. It's normal. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Why didn't you say so earlier? The little demon lord roared. You didn't ask me. Why should I say it? And didn't I ask your people to go first? I was planning to send a batch of your people in first, and after the path of survival changes, find another path of survival, and then send another batch in. You were the one who insisted on letting the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples leave first. Then, before I could even say anything, your people rushed forward. Who can you blame? Lu Ming pursed his lips and looked at the little demon lord in disdain. The little demon lord trembled with anger. All right, Lu Ming, can you find a new way to survive? Brother Li Tian frowned. At the same time, they paid more attention to Bai Qixue. Now, the Talisman sect only had Bai Qixue in their hands. Lu Ming continued to watch. A moment later, he pointed at a place full of lightning and said, "That's the way out. Let's set off from there. You guys go first." The little demon lord pointed at a few men of sacrifice. If you want to leave, then leave a little more, don't leave in groups. The more this formation operates, the more changes it will have. After a while, even I won't be able to break it. Lu Ming said. Toying with the paragons. All of you, come with us. Don't worry, with us here, he won't dare to play any tricks. The young demonic lord pointed at some of the paragons. The seventh blood sword, the paragons of the heavenly demon valley, and the others had also arranged for a group of people to rush in according to the path Lu Ming had pointed. Sure enough, as soon as those people rushed into the lightning area, their figures flickered and they disappeared one after another. Only then did Brother Litian and the others look a little better. After that, Lu Ming continued to watch and look for a way out. After a while, Lu Ming pointed to an area covered with ice and said, "Let's go through this road." However, the little demonic lord, Brother Litian, and the seventh sanguine sword did not move. These most powerful geniuses did not trust Lu Ming. If what Lu Ming said was false, wouldn't they die an unjust death if they went in? Although they had Bai Qixue with them, they had to be very careful when it came to their own lives. I think it would be best if we go in together. The little demon lord looked at Lu Ming and pushed Bai Qixue forward slowly. Brother Litian and the rest nodded. That was for the best. If there was a trap, Lu Ming and Bai Qixue would be in danger. That's for the best. You and Qixue go first, I'll walk in the middle. You guys can rest assured this way. Lu Ming took a few steps to the side, seemingly wanting to make way. Good. Lu Ming, you'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, both of you will lose your lives. The little demon lord said coldly. He held by Qishua's shoulder and walked forward. Lu Ming stood there without moving. The little demon lord was relieved and walked toward the ice area. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the ground glowed, and a formation appeared out of nowhere. A few sharp sword chi stabbed toward the little demon lord's forehead, fast as lightning. The little demon lord's heart had just relaxed when he didn't expect such a move. Subconsciously, he let go and retreated to protect himself. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His body was like a stream of light as he rushed toward the little demon lord. A terrifying fist force bombarded the little demon lord like a storm. Lu Ming! The little demonic lord roared angrily and slashed out with his palm. Bang! The little demonic lord's figure retreated repeatedly. Damn it, block the exit. Brother Litian, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the elites of the Sky Demon Valley all roared in anger. One of the elites of the Sky Demon Valley was the fastest and was the closest to the ice region. His figure flashed and he appeared at the entrance of the ice region to prevent Lu Ming from entering. The rest of the people made their moves and charged toward Lu Ming. Brother Litian, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the Sky Demon Valley's demon race prodigy were all at the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm. Especially Brother Litian and the 7th Sanguine Sword, who had reached the peak of the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm. With all of them joining forces, their power was terrifying, as if they were going to crush Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hesitate to release 5 bursts of dragon power. His body was filled with power. Qi Shui, go to the poisonous area. Lu Ming pulled by Qi Shui and pushed her into the poisonous zone. In front of the toxic area, no one stopped him. Lu Ming was lying when he said that the icy area was the way out. In fact, the poisonous area was the way out. His purpose was to distract the other party's attention. Bai Qishua's figure disappeared into the poisonous zone. Nobody could stop her. Damn it! Brother Litian and the others knew that they had been tricked. Boom! Boom! As he pushed Bai Qishue away, Lu Ming threw out a few punches in a row to block Brother Litian and the others, buying time and waiting for the escape route to change. Everyone exchanged blows, and the terrifying light drowned Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated. Ah, damn it, stop him! The little demonic lord roared and charged at Lu Ming. It was the truth. He did not dare to rush into the poisonous zone now. Who knew if there would be any changes to the way out? He could only capture Lu Ming and ask him to lead the way. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and a formation appeared. He then punched out with both fists, sending out terrifying fist forces. He used his formation and martial arts to block the many heaven's favorites. Lu Ming, you won't be able to leave today. So what if you've saved the people of the Talisman sect? You have to stay too. Brother Litian's eyes were cold. A flaming sword appeared in his hand, and it was emitting a shocking heat. This was Li Fire, an extremely terrifying flame, not inferior to the Wang family's purple extreme heavenly fire. At the same time, Blood Sword 7 and Blood Sword 9's bodies glowed with a blood-red light. The blood-red sword light exuded a strong bloody aura, cutting through the void and slashing at Lu Ming. One of the Sky Demon Valley's elites transformed into a fierce tiger. His claws were like heavenly blades, cutting through the space and clawing at him. At the same time, the attacks of the little demon lord and a green-robed genius of the heavenly monster tribe arrived. When the 6 paragons joined forces, their power was shocking. The 6 of them attacked Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he rushed in the direction of Blood Sword 9, who seemed to be the weakest. Boom! The punch landed on the blood-colored sword radiance. Blood Sword 9's body trembled violently and he continued to retreat. Lu Ming strode forward and dodged the attacks of the various geniuses. He ran towards the lightning zone at top speed. Not good. The lightning zone is the way out. He wants to go in. Stop him. Li Tianhe roared. Roar. The tiger roared and pounced on Lu Ming at top speed. However, Lu Ming's body paused and he retreated abruptly, avoiding the tiger's attack and dodging to the other side. Stay here. The little demonic lord shouted angrily, and the black saber light slashed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body paused again. Like a slippery loach, he dodged the little demonic lord's attack in a flash and dodged to the other side. His body was extremely agile, charging left and right, not fighting them head-on at all. In addition, they had to guard against the escape route and the array in front of them to prevent Lu Ming from breaking out of the encirclement. They were distracted and could not do anything to Lu Ming. Damn it! The six heavens favorites were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. As for the others, they could not stop Lu Ming at all. Once Lu Ming crashed into them, their bones were broken and their tendons snapped, sending them flying far away. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed again and he rushed to the flame area. They thought that the flame area was the way out and hurriedly stopped him. However, Lu Ming's figure suddenly turned and he rushed toward the poisonous area. This time, Lu Ming shook them off and stepped into the poisonous zone. In a flash, his figure disappeared. This is the way out, charge in. The green-robed young man from the Sky Demon Valley was the fastest. He followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed into the poisonous zone. However, as soon as he rushed into the poisonous area, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a green divine eagle. He only managed to rush out after using all his strength, but his entire body was green. He had already been poisoned. If not for his profound cultivation and powerful combat strength, he would have died inside. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been walking in circles with them just now to calculate the time. He had calculated the time well, and just as the time for the poisonous zone to become a path of survival was about to run out, Lu Ming rushed in. When the green-robed young man followed him in, the path of life had changed into a path of death. Lu Ming had already calculated all of this. Ah! Damn you, Lu Ming! Bastard, beast, I'll kill you! The little demon lord let out an angry roar. Test, precious treasure. The rest of the people had ugly expressions on their faces as well. So many people had witnessed it, but in the end, Lu Ming had saved all the talisman sect disciples. They could not even stop Lu Ming himself. If word of this got out, they would be embarrassed. Since the paths of life and death here are constantly changing, let's try them one by one. There are only 9 regions in total anyway. Brother Litian said coldly. Yes, that's the only way. You go to the flame area, you go to the ice area. Immediately, Blood Sword 17 began to give orders to the men of sacrifice. The 9 regions were constantly changing. That was easy to handle. As long as 9 men of sacrifice stepped into the 9 regions at the same time, they would naturally know which region was the path of survival. The 9 men of sacrifice stepped into the 9 regions at the same time without hesitation. 8 of them died immediately, leaving only 1 man alive in the black fog. He disappeared in a flash. There's a way out, charge. The little demonic lord and the others all rushed into the black mist and disappeared. After Lu Ming stepped into the poisonous zone, he appeared in front of a palace in the next moment. There was no one in sight. The talisman sect's disciples who had entered earlier, as well as the disciples from the other factions, did not see them either. It seems that the formation was randomly teleported to any corner of the palace. Lu Ming pondered. I hope that Qi Shui and the others don't run into the little demon lord and the others. Lu Ming knew very well that the array would not be able to stop the little demon lord and the rest. He only needed to send 9 people to try. Lu Ming immediately sized up his surroundings. There were palaces everywhere, and between the palaces, there were some small alleys. Following that, Lu Ming walked into the palace in front of him. There was nothing in the palace. It was empty. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked along a small alley toward the other palaces. However, after walking for a while, he frowned. He realized that he had stepped into an array. This formation was like a maze, because after walking in his alley for a while, he returned to the original place. There was also a formation in the palace. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. It was good to have an array formation. It was an advantage for the talisman sect's disciples. Even if they encountered the little demonic lord and the others, they might have a chance to escape. Lu Ming immediately observed his surroundings carefully. After a while, Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He took mysterious steps and walked forward. Half an hour later, he had walked out of the maze. In front of him, a huge palace appeared. The palace gate was tightly shut. Lu Ming went forward and pushed the door open. He walked in. The palace was empty, but there was a stone door in the innermost part. Lu Ming walked towards the stone door. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, sharp air-piercing sounds were heard from both sides. Two rays of saber light were slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and dodged backward, avoiding the two saber lights. However, the two saber lights continued to slash at Lu Ming. A puppet. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that it was two puppets that were attacking him. The two puppets were in human form. Their bodies had a metallic luster and their eyes were golden. They were filled with a cold and emotionless aura. Each of them held a big knife in their hands and they slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Four types of concepts swirled around his palms as he struck out twice. Clang! Clang! With two loud bangs, the two puppets were forced to retreat by Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the peak of the third-level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The two puppets were pushed back by Lu Ming. They stomped their feet and charged at Lu Ming again. Buzz! Lu Ming dodged and struck out two more palms. The two palms directly hit the two puppets, and the two puppets were smashed into pieces. Lu Ming strode forward and walked towards the stone door. No puppet came out to stop him. Lu Ming pushed the stone door open. There was a stone room in front of him. There was another stone door in front of the stone room. However, as soon as Lu Ming stepped into the stone chamber, two more puppets appeared and charged at him. This time, the strength of the two puppets had reached the fourth level of the spirit embryo realm. It was still easily dealt with by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and pushed the stone door open. Behind the stone door was another stone room, and in front of the stone room was another stone door. This time, a total of 9 fourth-level spirit embryo realm puppets appeared. What's in front of us? These trials are like tests, I'd like to go and take a look. Lu Ming's mind raced as he launched an attack. In a short while, the 9 puppets were scattered by him. Sure enough, there were stone rooms below, and there were puppets in each room, and they were getting stronger and stronger. When Lu Ming reached the 9th stone chamber, the puppet that appeared had already reached the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, they could not stop Lu Ming and they were defeated by him one by one. After the 9th stone chamber, there were no more stone chambers. Instead, there was a passage. On both sides of the passage, there were metal puppets standing motionless with sabers in their hands. Nest, also, what level of strength do the puppets here have? They can't all be at the 7th level spirit embryo realm, right? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. He slowly walked forward. Gotcha. All of a sudden, one of the puppets moved. Its cold, metallic eyes glared at Lu Ming. Bang! He took a step forward, the saber in his hand exuding a sharp light, and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming burst out with 5 streams of dragon energy and threw a punch at the puppet. Bang! With a dull thud, the puppet and Lu Ming were forced to take 6 or 7 steps back. Whoa, this is definitely a puppet at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. You're pretty strong to be able to force me back. At this moment, the puppet suddenly spoke. However, its voice was cold and emotionless. What's inside? Lu Ming asked. There's a precious treasure inside. There will be tests along the way. Our strength will be adjusted according to the strength of the people who enter. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger we will be. Only if you pass the test will you be able to obtain the precious treasure inside. The puppet spoke, similarly emotionless. There are so many puppets equivalent to the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. How can I defeat them all? Are you kidding me? Lu Ming looked at both sides of the passage. There were more than 100 puppets in total. He was speechless. With his current combat strength, how was it possible for him to defeat hundreds of puppets at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm? If he were to burst out with his strongest battle strength and circulate the prison-suppressing heavenly art to its strongest, it was still possible to defeat 2 or 3 of them. However, after that, he would run out of true chi and would no longer be able to fight. This test was too difficult. He was only at the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm, and the puppet that appeared was actually at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, which was 5 levels higher than him. How many people could complete it? There's no need for you to defeat all of us. You just need to pass through this passage. The puppet spoke again. Chapter 923 Difficult Challenge. I just need to pass. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Passing and defeating were 2 different concepts. If he just had to pass, it would be much easier. Lu Ming carefully sized up the passage in front of him. Suddenly, he waved his finger, and all kinds of runes and formations appeared on his body. They were all support type, and with the array, Lu Ming's abilities had increased again. He moved and rushed toward the passage. He planned to catch them off guard and rush through the passage in one go. However, the puppet seemed to have known that he was going to attack. When Lu Ming moved, the puppets moved as well, and the sharp saber light slashed at Lu Ming. On both sides of the passage, the other puppets' cold gazes were also directed at Lu Ming. Nest, your reaction is so fast. Since the surprise attack had failed, Lu Ming could only force his way in with his actual combat strength. Buzz! He dodged the first puppet's saber light and flashed past its side, but what greeted him was even more saber light. Lu Ming punched continuously, clashing with the few sabers that were slashing at him. The powerful force made Lu Ming's body tremble, and the saber light was also hit back by Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps and charged forward. Unfortunately, the space was too narrow. He could not unleash the power of the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps. He had just moved when the saber light in front of him slashed toward him. It surrounded Lu Ming and sealed off all the space. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could only wave his fists continuously and bombard the air. Even with the aid of the formation, it was still very difficult to advance. These were all puppets made of a strange metal. They were impenetrable and extremely hard. The most shocking thing was that they could use martial arts techniques. A puppet was more difficult to deal with than a human warrior of the same level. Lu Ming charged forward repeatedly, but he could only break through the encirclement of more than 10 puppets. There were still 80 to 90 puppets ahead. I don't believe that I can't make it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a 2-meter-long 9 dragon. Its 9 dragon claws swiped in all directions, sweeping away the saber light. After transforming into the 9 dragons, his combat strength had increased again, and the speed of his charge had increased once again. Boom! 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 Terrifying rumbles came from the tunnel and reverberated in the air. After a full half an hour, Lu Ming successfully rushed through the passage. As soon as they rushed through the passage, the puppets quieted down and stood on the 2 sides of the passage, motionless. "I'm so tired." Lu Ming sat on the ground, panting heavily. Lu Ming's essential core was completely depleted after he rushed through the passage. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and charged through in one go. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. The difficulty was too high. How could an ordinary genius pass? However, Lu Ming began to look forward to it. The greater the difficulty, the greater the harvest. What kind of treasure would be inside? The puppet had said earlier that there was a precious treasure inside. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. "Let's first recover my true qi." Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and started to recover his essential core. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's essential core had recovered to its peak and he was filled with energy again. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward. Buzz! He had only walked a few dozen meters when dense inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a large array. It condensed into flaming dragons that pounced at Lu Ming. "There's still a test. Is there an end to it?" Lu Ming was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He could only clench his fists and bombard the air continuously. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive explosions, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. This formation is so powerful. It's even more powerful than the golems from before. How am I supposed to pass through it? Lu Ming took a few steps back and a grave look flashed in his eyes. The flood dragon formed by the formation was too powerful, exceeding the power of the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Furthermore, this was only the appearance of a single formation. There would definitely be more in front of him. This test was truly too difficult. Wait, I don't have to force my way through the formation. I can break it with the Tao of inscription. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Formations were different from puppets. Puppets could not be controlled by others, but formations could be broken. Lu Ming immediately looked at it carefully. After a while, he waved his hands repeatedly. Runes appeared and entered the formation. With a bang, the formation collapsed. Lu Ming took a step forward, but another formation appeared in front of him. Lu Ming continued to carve runes to break it. However, at this moment, under his feet, where he had just broken the formation, another formation appeared. Damn, didn't we already crack it? Why is there a new one? Lu Ming was depressed. He could only continue to inscribe runes to speed up the cracking. Bang! The formation in front collapsed, but there were attacks coming from behind. Lu Ming had no choice but to use all his strength to resist the attacks and break the formation at the same time. Just as he was breaking it, the formation that he had just broken appeared again. Lu Ming really wanted to vomit blood. This array would be condensed again after it was cracked. What else could he do? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. In this way, Lu Ming blocked and cracked the attacks at the same time. This process lasted for a full 6 hours. Lu Ming was already half dead from exhaustion. He had used up a lot of his essential core and even his mental energy fire was almost completely depleted. This won't do. There's no end to this formation. I'll break one, and another will appear. It's impossible to break all of them. I'd better leave. I'll be in danger once my true essence is exhausted. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that the array that he had just deciphered did not reappear. Could it be that the energy to activate the formation has been used up, and I can't continue to form the formation? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked excited. He continued to break the formation. As expected, the next array that he had to crack would not appear. Since it would not reappear, it was much easier for Lu Ming. Not long after, he had cracked all the arrays and stepped into a secret room. No, I'm so tired. I'd better rest and recover first. Lu Ming panted heavily. He sat cross-legged, took out the rough stone, and began to regulate his breathing. A few hours later, he had fully recovered his true essence, but his mental energy fire was still very dim. Just now, his mental fire had been severely depleted, and it was almost completely depleted. Lu Ming activated the meditation and started to restore his mental energy fire. In this world, not only was the spiritual chi extremely rich, but the conception of heaven and earth was also very clear. Even sensing the nomological laws was much easier. By circulating his mental cultivation method, he could easily absorb the power of inscription in the inscription laws and increase the strength of his mental fire. After half a day, Lu Ming's mental energy fire became vigorous again. He had completely recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and sized up the secret room. This time, there were no puppets or formations in the way. He seemed to have reached the end. In the middle of the secret room, there was a picture scroll floating in the air. Mountain and River Diagram. Don't tell me this is the treasure inside. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with great anticipation. Lu Ming strode forward and observed the surroundings. After ensuring that there was no danger, he reached out and grabbed the drawing. What kind of treasure is this? Lu Ming sized it up. It looked very ordinary. Then, he opened the painting scroll. The first thing that came into view was a line of words. It was the mountain and river diagram, a treasure of the heavenly abode. At the sight of this line of words, Lu Ming's heart started to beat faster and his breathing became a little rushed. A grotto heaven treasure, it was actually a legendary grotto heaven treasure. Legend had it that an Eden treasure contained an alternate world. In other words, there was a world within the Eden treasure. There were mountains, rivers, wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. It was like a small world, and living beings could enter it to live and cultivate. In the divine wilderness continent, there were only legends of grotto heaven treasures, but no one had ever seen one. Not even the imperial Tao experts had one. Lu Ming quickly opened the scroll. The scroll was more than 2 meters long. A vast picture appeared in front of Lu Ming. The vast mountain range and the mountain peaks that rose into the clouds were endless, as if a real world came into view. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea and the Book of Destiny appeared before him. A line of words appeared on the Book of Destiny. You've obtained the mountain and river diagram, a grotto heaven treasure. Your luck points have increased by 100,000. Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly again. After obtaining the mountain and river diagram, his luck value had actually increased by 100,000. It was simply terrifying. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had only obtained slightly more than 10,000 points of luck. Then, another line of words appeared on the Book of Destiny. It could only be used after being condensed with blood. He was probably talking about the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming studied the mountain and river diagram for a while, then forced a few drops of blood from his fingertips and dripped them on the mountain and river diagram. The blood landed on the mountain and river diagram and was immediately absorbed by it, disappearing. Lu Ming then injected his essential core and began to refine the mountain and river diagram. All precious treasures needed to be refined before they could be used. The mountain and river diagram was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. It was extremely difficult to refine. In the next half a month, Lu Ming was refining the mountain and river diagram. Moreover, Lu Ming had to drip fresh blood every day and use his blood as a medium to carry out the refinement. Half a month later, the mountain and river diagram was suspended above Lu Ming's head, emitting a mysterious glow. Slowly, the glow grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the mountain and river diagram shrank rapidly and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. The mountain and river diagram was finally completely refined and it flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram reappeared in his hand. I'll try. Lu Ming could not wait any longer. With another thought, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. In the secret chamber, only the mountain and river diagram was left floating. Lu Ming's body appeared on a mountain peak. Standing on the mountain peak and looking into the distance, what came into view were vast mountains and ancient trees forming forests. The fragrance of flowers assailed the nose and waves of fragrance came from them. Is this the world inside the mountain and river diagram? It's no different from the real world, and the spiritual qi is also very dense. Lu Ming realized that the spirit qi here was very rich. The mountain and river diagram seemed to be absorbing the spirit qi from the outside world into the mountain and river diagram at all times. Let's see how big the boundary of the mountain and river diagram is, he said. Lu Ming rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, Lu Ming flew to the end. There was chaos in front of him. He had obviously reached the edge of the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming turned around and flew to the edge of the mountain and river diagram. After that, he made a big circle in the mountain and river diagram. East to west, north to south, it's about 100,000 li. Lu Ming muttered with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This size was naturally incomparable to the vast divine wilderness continent. It was like a grain of sand, but Lu Ming was already extremely happy. Because this world was something he carried with him. Furthermore, it was not small either, slightly larger than the Burning Sun Empire. There was also spiritual energy here, and one could also sense the essence realm of heaven and earth and the law of inscription. Such a treasure was simply a creation of heaven and earth. In the past, the Supreme Divine Hall of the Nine Suns Supreme also contained a space that people could enter. However, it was only so big and the area was very limited. There was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth, nor could one feel the essence realm of heaven and earth or the law of inscription. Compared to the mountain and river diagram, it was many times worse. Treasure, this was a peerless treasure. There were indeed great fortunes and opportunities in the battle of destiny. No wonder so many geniuses were willing to risk their lives to participate in the battle of karmic luck. However, other than plants, there are no other living creatures. There are no demonic beasts, ordinary wild beasts, or any spiritual herbs. I'll have to replenish them slowly. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Let's pick some spirit herbs first. Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and a large number of spiritual herbs appeared. There were low-level ones and high-level ones. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he planted the spiritual herbs on the nearby mountain peaks. 3 days later, Lu Ming had planted thousands of spiritual herbs on the peaks and mountains. Of course, for a distance of 100,000 miles, 1,000 spiritual herbs was like a drop in the ocean. Forget it, I'll take my time in the future. I've already spent enough time here. I'll go somewhere else. I wonder how the other talisman amulet sect disciples are doing. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram glowed and entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. Lu Ming immediately walked out. There were no obstacles when he went out and he passed through easily. After a while, Lu Ming came out of the place and arrived outside the palace. He continued to walk through the small alley in the palace complex. After that, they entered a few palaces, but they didn't gain anything. The palaces were empty. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a few bottles of pills in what looked like a side hall of an alchemy room. The congealing divine pill was a pill that could nurture one's spirit and congeal the spirit fire. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Previously, he had been forced to break through to a 7th-level alchemist due to the circumstances. His mental energy fire's foundation was somewhat unstable and there were side effects. It would take a long time to recover. However, with the focus pill, he could recover in a short time without any side effects. It seemed that this place was specially designed to test inscription masters. Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting ahead. There were people fighting. Lu Ming dashed forward in a hurry. In front, 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples were running away in a panic. Behind them, a youth with dense demonic chi was chasing after them. It was the little demonic lord. He was chasing after 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples. You can't escape. The people of the Symbol Puppet sect deserve to die. The little demonic lord's killing intent burst forth as he strode forward. A black blade light slashed at a Talisman Amulet sect disciple. The 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples took out their puppets and inscription scrolls to block, but it was useless. They were directly split apart by the little demon lord's blade. Poochie. The blade light slashed down, and a Talisman Amulet sect disciple was cut in half. Little demon lord, Lu Ming Zongzi will not let you off. The other Talisman Amulet sect disciple shouted. His face was filled with fear as he staggered backward. The great battle against the little demon lord. Buzz. The little demonic lord's figure moved and chased after the Talisman sect disciple. He grabbed with his claw and destroyed all the attacks of the Talisman sect disciple. He grabbed the Talisman sect disciple's throat and lifted him up high. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, don't let me bump into him. Otherwise, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. The little demonic lord's expression was extremely ferocious. He hated Lu Ming to the core. You'd better let him go. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll be the one to die without a burial place. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming walked out of a small alley. Lu Ming Zongzi. The Talisman sect's disciples revealed looks of joy. Lu Ming. The little demon lord spat out the 2 words word by word coldly, his voice extremely cold. He was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming just as he mentioned him. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and his gaze turned gloomy when he saw the Talisman sect disciple who had been killed. Lu Ming, didn't you want to save people? Let's see how you're going to save him. Hee hee. The little demonic lord sneered. He suddenly exerted force in his claws. With a crack, he crushed the Talisman sect disciple in his claws to death. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a violent aura. A cold killing intent burst out and enveloped the little demon lord. Luoli, you will die today. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the little demon lord as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Ming, don't think that you can kill me. I didn't even use my full strength the last time. We don't know who will win yet. A powerful aura burst out of the little demon lord's body, and a black demonic chi rushed into the sky. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming strode forward, the 5 dragon energies in his body erupting at the same time. His body was covered in a thick layer of scales. Kill! The word kill came out like a thunderbolt. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the space trembled. 9 Death's Devil Blade. A pitch-black saber appeared in the little demonic lord's hand, and a sharp saber light burst out. Boom! With a huge boom, the little demon lord's body trembled and he staggered back. How can his strength be so terrifying? The little demon lord's face revealed a trace of shock. In his previous battle with Lu Ming did not burst out with 5 flashes of dragon energy. Die! Lu Ming strode forward and blasted out a violent force. His palm was like an immemorial divine mountain, containing infinite power, and he struck at the little demon lord. I don't believe it. The little demonic lord roared and touched his chest. He let out a low growl. Then, the little demonic lord's body began to swell, and bone spikes extended from his arms and shoulders. His aura also increased greatly. Lu Ming, die. The little demonic lord roared and charged at Lu Ming like a demonic creature. With a wave of his hand, the bone spikes pierced through the air, making a sharp whistling sound as they stabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The vital essence in his body roared and 4 types of intense swirled around. Lu Ming circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique in his palm and continuously bombarded the little demon lord. The two of them were like a demon and a demon. They kept bombarding each other in a very direct way. The entire area began to shake violently. The surrounding palaces all heard it. There's a huge battle going on. Let's go and take a look. A burly young man was exploring one of the palaces. When he heard the commotion, he rushed towards the source of the sound. There were also others who heard the commotion, but they didn't dare to rush over. This was because the commotion was too shocking, and it exceeded their strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged dozens of moves with the little demon lord. Gradually, the little demon lord was at a disadvantage while Lu Ming had the upper hand. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the little demon lord's shoulder, breaking the bone spur on his shoulder and creating a huge wound. The little demon lord let out an angry roar. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A burly young man appeared. His eyes were filled with ferocity and he bared his fangs. Brother Jean, let's kill Lu Ming together. The little demon lord was overjoyed to see this young man. Good, just what I want. The burly young man revealed a ferocious smile. In the next moment, he transformed into a huge tiger and pounced at Lu Ming. It was the powerful heaven's favorite from the Sky Demon Valley. He had 50% of the bloodline of the divine beast and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming, die. The little demonic lord's eyes revealed a malevolent look. A hideous-looking creature appeared above his head. It was a demonic creature with thick demonic chi, a wide mouth with sharp fangs, and a body full of bone spikes. There were 5 golden chakras shining around the demonic creature. This was the bloodline of the little demonic lord, a 5th-level divine bloodline. The little demonic lord turned into a ray of light and fused into his blood vessels. He had completely transformed into a demonic creature. Demonic chi surged as he charged at Lu Ming. You're the ones who will die. 9 dragons. Lu Ming shouted. His 9-dragon bloodline appeared and he transformed into 9 dragons, exuding a vast dragon's might. What is this? The fierce golden tiger was shocked and felt a little scared. The true dragon was the head of all beasts, and there were not many that could be compared to it. Other divine beasts would instinctively feel reverence when facing a true dragon, let alone 9 dragons. The ferocious golden tiger was shocked. The 9 dragons' claws struck down and sent the ferocious golden tiger flying. Following that, it struck out with its claw again, clashing with the little demon lord's move, causing him to stagger back. Roar! At that moment, the golden tiger roused its spirits and roared loudly, pouncing towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. This is the legendary 9 dragons. You've actually awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Hand it over. The golden tiger roared, its eyes filled with greed. The 9 dragons were existences that were of a higher level than the true dragon. If he could take away Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline, even if he could not use it himself, he could offer it to the supreme being of the Flood Dragon tribe. He would definitely be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, the little demonic lord also rushed toward Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. The 9 dragon claws stepped in the air as if they were real dragons, surveying the world and ruling it. A terrifying dragon's might gushed out, and under the 9 claws, a vast power erupted. Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 6th step, which was equivalent to the highest level of a high-grade demigod martial technique. However, after transforming into the 9 dragons and performing it, the power was even more terrifying. Boom! Boom! With 2 deafening sounds, the little demonic lord and the golden tiger were sent flying by Lu Ming. A surge of energy gushed out in all directions. However, the palace seemed to be made of some kind of unique material that made it indestructible, and it was unknown whether it was inscribed with a formation or made of some kind of special material. The powerful energy that seemed to be able to pierce through the earth did not leave a single mark on the palace at all. How can he be so strong? The little demon lord cried out in disbelief. He and the golden tiger were both at the 4th level spirit embryo realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. The 2 of them had joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage. How was this possible? Kill! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and pounced at the little demon lord. Boom! With a swipe of his claw, the little demon lord spat out a large mouthful of blood, and more than a dozen of the hideous bone spikes on his body were broken. Join hands, join hands! The little demonic lord roared and was a little flustered. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. On the other side, the golden tiger was a little frightened, but it still roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming. At this moment, a scroll flew out of the 9 dragons' forehead. It was the mountain and river diagram. Killing the little demon lord. The mountain and river diagram glowed and expanded rapidly, becoming longer and wrapping around the golden tiger. The golden tiger roared and struggled with all its might. However, the mountain and river diagram was shining, and it could not break free at all. It's indeed useful. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a usage he thought of at the last minute. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure that contained a world within it. Naturally, it was strong and immortal. If the golden tiger was trapped, it should not be able to break free. As expected, the effect was very good. The golden tiger was trapped. Ro Li, let's see who else can help you now. The 9 dragons' eyes glowed with a ferocious light as they pounced at the little demon lord, using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Bang! Bang! The little demonic lord was no match for him and kept retreating. The bone spikes on his body were broken, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Go, go! The little demon lord was scared and wanted to escape, but the 9 dragons had completely blocked his way out. How could he escape? Poochie! Then, the little demonic lord screamed as one of his arms was torn off by the 9 dragons. The huge demonic creature's body shrank rapidly and turned back into the little demonic lord. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Die! The huge dragon claw grabbed at the little demon lord. No, no, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My brother is demonic lord Luo Tian, 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. If you kill me, my brother will not let you off. The little demonic lord shouted as he resisted with all his might. What a joke. Weren't you very arrogant before? Now that you've lost, you're bringing up your big brother. What a waste. Lu Ming berated coldly, his dragon claws not stopping. Bang! The little demonic lord screamed as a huge wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out, and his aura became even weaker. On the other side, the golden tiger let out a long roar. Its entire body emitted a brilliant golden light, but it was useless. It couldn't break through the mountain and river diagram. Chi. The dragon claw continued to claw down and hit the little demon lord's chest. The little demon lord was sent flying and crashed into the wall of a palace. The palace did not move, but the little demon lord's bones cracked and he fell to the ground, unable to move like a dead fish. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and stepped forward, stepping on the little demon lord's face. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the little demon lord's heart. "No, no, don't kill me." The little demonic lord was incomparably terrified. His entire body was cold as he felt the approaching death god. He had never been so afraid before. He had been a proud son of heaven since he was young. His brother, Luo Tian, was even more talented and almost invincible. They had been taken in as Di Tian's imperial guards since they were young and were carefully nurtured. He had never been so close to death before and had never been so afraid. It had always been him killing others. When had others been able to kill him? On the list of top 1,000 talents, those who were ranked higher than him had to give him face because his brother was Luo Tian. However, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely cold. He was not afraid of his big brother at all and wanted to kill him. "If I don't kill you, why didn't you consider letting my talisman amulet sect's disciples off when you killed them?" Lu Ming sneered and looked down at the little demon lord. The little demonic lord was speechless. In his heart, those talisman sect disciples were all trash, trash. How could they compare to him? But how could he say such thoughts out loud? "Lu Ming, my brother Luo Tian is unrivaled and ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His combat strength is far beyond your imagination. No matter how talented you are, you're no match for my brother. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, no one can save you." The little demon lord continued to mention his elder brother, hoping to deter Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped his foot hard and the little demon lord's face hit the ground hard. A few of his teeth fell out and blood flowed out of his mouth. What a joke! No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he's only ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are 9 humans above him, not including the demons. He's invincible. Also, can your big brother compare to DE? Now, even DE wants to catch me, but I'm still fine. What do you mean by no one can save me? If your big brother comes, I'll kill him. Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent growing stronger. Lu Ming, stop. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a small alley. It was Brother Litian. "Ah, Brother Litian, save me, save me." Seeing Brother Litian, the little demonic monarch shouted with all his might. "It doesn't matter who you call, just die." As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand suddenly stabbed out, piercing the little demon lord's heart. The little demonic lord let out a hysterical scream, his eyes popping out, filled with unwillingness and hatred. Bang! With a shake of the long spear, vital essence exploded, crushing the little demon lord's heart into pieces. The little demon lord died. At the entrance of the alley, Brother Litian's face turned ugly. He turned around and disappeared into the alley in a flash. Brother Litian knew very well that his combat strength was only slightly higher than the young demon lord. He was probably not Lu Ming's match in a fight. He might as well leave. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Brother Litian had left. He did not pursue him. Instead, he waved his hand and put away the little demonic lord's storage ring. Then, he walked towards the golden tiger. "Ah, don't kill me." The fierce golden tiger cried out in fear and struggled with all its might. Seeing the little demon lord being killed in front of him, he almost peed his pants. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched the golden tiger's head. Bang! The golden tiger was unable to resist and was hit by a heavy punch. It suddenly felt dizzy and felt as if its head was about to be crushed. It saw stars. Whoa, this tiger's head is too hard. It's actually not killed after one punch. Lu Ming was also a little shocked. He was well aware of how terrifying his punch was. However, he was surprised that it did not smash the tiger's head. "No, don't kill me. I admit defeat. I surrender. I'll recognize you as my big brother." Please let me go. The ferocious golden tiger shook its head and actually loudly begged for mercy. It cried out in an extremely miserable manner. Lu Ming, I'm begging you. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I beg you, please spare me. From now on, you're my big brother. I'll be grateful for your kindness. The golden tiger continued to roar. Lu Ming was a little stunned. This golden tiger was also a weirdo. Nonsense, I see that you have abundant yang qi. You clearly haven't lost your virginity. Where did you come from, a 3-year-old child? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and then chided. That's a child I picked up from the barren mountains, every word is true. The golden tiger's eyes darted around as it continued to spout nonsense. Alright, don't talk nonsense in front of me. You can surrender if you want, but relax your mind. I'm going to carve a formation in your mind. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. I'll have to kill you. You have 50% of the divine beast bloodline. The tiger whip is also a great supplement. As he said that, Lu Ming cast a few glances behind the golden tiger. The golden tiger felt a chill run down its spine and it couldn't help but clench its legs. Inscribe the formation. The golden tiger was a little hesitant. It was very clear that if the array was really engraved on it, it would really become Lu Ming's slave. However, if he did not agree, Lu Ming would not let him off. Chapter 927 Emperor's Legacy. He possessed half of the divine beast's bloodline and had a bright future. He did not want to die just like that. He felt a chill all over his body, especially when he thought of being killed by Lu Ming and possibly becoming a dish to go with his wine. As for backbone, he had lived for so long that he didn't know what backbone was. His top priority was to save his life. Therefore, he only thought about it for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I agree. You carve the formation, and you'll be my big brother from now on. After saying that, his eyes revealed a pitiful look. However, he was big and burly, with a wide mouth and sharp fangs, and a fierce aura filled the air. How did he look pitiful at all? Relax your mind and don't resist at all. With that, Lu Ming began to inscribe the array. The soul-splitting array. Lu Ming had once used this array to control Wang Haoxian. Soon, the formation was formed and entered the golden tiger's head. The soul-splitting formation. With just a thought from me, your soul will be torn apart. At the very least, you'll become an idiot. At the very worst, you'll die on the spot. Do you want to try the effects? Lu Ming kept the mountain and river diagram and looked at the golden tiger. The fierce golden tiger's eyes rolled and said, No need, no need. You're an expert from the talisman sect and are proficient in the Tao of inscription. I naturally believe you. Big brother, you're my big brother from now on. The golden tiger transformed into a human form. It was a burly young man with strong muscles all over his body. His arms were thicker than Lu Ming's thighs. Get lost, who's your big brother? Lu Ming berated. Okay, not big brother, but boss. You are my boss. The golden tiger immediately nodded and bowed. Lu Ming's expression looked better. He said, What's your name? I'm called King Kong, what do you think? Isn't this name powerful? King Kong's muscles twitched as he spoke. It's powerful. It's indeed powerful. You'd better transform into your beast form and be my mount for the time being. Lu Ming instructed. To be your mount. Vajra's eyes widened, revealing a fierce look. Who was he? He was a heaven's favorite of the demon clan who had 50% of the divine beast bloodline. He was high and mighty and worshipped by thousands of demons. Now, Lu Ming actually called him a mount. He was furious. What's wrong? You want to test the power of the god-splitting formation. Lu Ming looked at King Kong with an unfriendly gaze. King Kong immediately gave in and lost his momentum. He grinned and said, "No, why would I? It's this little brother's good fortune to be able to become your mount, boss." As he spoke, he transformed into a ferocious golden tiger. It was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. Its body was covered in shiny golden hair, smooth and silky. Needless to say, this fellow's appearance was not bad. Although King Kong appeared to be honest, he was cursing in his heart. I'll bear with it for now. When the Battle of Providence is over, I'll go out and think of a way to break that formation. I'll definitely cut this kid into 8 pieces to vent my heartache and hatred." Thinking of this, King Kong's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. This guy looks honest on the surface. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might stab me in the back. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly had an idea and exploded the power of soul-splitting. Vajra let out a blood-curdling screech and started rolling on the ground. What's going on? What was going on? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm going to split apart? It hurts, it hurts. King Kong kept roaring and rolling on the ground. After a while, Lu Ming finally stopped controlling the god-splitting formation. King Kong lay on the ground powerlessly with his tongue out and a look of exhaustion on his face. I'm sorry. I accidentally triggered the soul-splitting array that I engraved in your mind. Are you alright? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. Oh, big, was that you just now? King Kong looked at Lu Ming with great, hidden bitterness. I'm sorry, I was not careful just now. Speaking of which, was it because you were scolding me in your heart just now that I activated the soul-splitting array? Lu Ming looked at King Kong with a faint smile. King Kong wailed in his heart. He finally knew the power of the soul-splitting formation. This time, he was really honest and shouted, Boss, I'm innocent. From now on, I'll be loyal to you." "Yes, that's more like it." Lu Ming patted the King Kong's huge head. The King Kong's combat strength was not bad. It would be of help to him if he kept it. "Let's go and take a look at other places." He waved his hand and Lu Ming took the lead. Buzz. They hadn't even taken a few steps when an invisible ripple suddenly came from the depths of the palace. At the same time, the entire group of palaces began to tremble. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. Then, the fluctuations became more and more intense, and the nearby palaces also trembled more and more violently. "He's inside, let's go over." Lu Ming and King Kong went deep into the palace at top speed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming saw a palace in the distance emitting endless golden light. The vast mental energy formed a mental storm that swept in all directions. An endless majestic aura filled the air. The next moment, a figure appeared from one of the palaces and sat cross-legged above it. The endless golden light was being emitted from this figure. Qi Shui. Lu Ming was shocked to see the figure. It was by Qi Shui. That golden light is so terrifying. It's a golden spirit fire, the spirit fire of an imperial Dao expert. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He had received Lien Cang's inheritance, so he could tell at a glance that the spirit fire on by Qi Shui's body was the spirit fire of a 9th-level alchemist, a sovereign warrior. Bai Qi Shui had received the inheritance of a level 9 alchemist. While Lu Ming was shocked, he was also happy for Bai Qi Shui. He did not expect Bai Qi Shui to have such a lucky chance to get the inheritance of a level 9 inheritor. Buzz. Buzz. Golden light filled the air and the palace trembled. Inscriptions appeared on the countless palaces, but then they all collapsed and disappeared. It seemed that Bai Qi Shui's inheritance had affected those formations. The disciples of the Talisman sect can forget about obtaining the inheritance. With an angry roar, a blood-red sword light slashed towards by Qixue. Lu Ming turned pale with fright and leaped into the air. Previously, the palace was filled with inscription formations and it was difficult to soar into the air. Now that the formations had collapsed, it was no longer a problem. Although Lu Ming was fast, it was too late. However, when the blood-red sword light was about to hit by Qixue, another sword light shot out from her body and blocked it. Seventh blood sword, you're looking for death. Lu Ming flew into a rage. He stepped in the air and approached by Qixue in an instant. His palm was like a heavenly blade, and he slashed at a young man in a blood-red robe. It was the seventh blood sword, the sovereign of the Heavenly Corpse sect, who had just attacked Lu Ming. The seventh sanguine sword's eyes narrowed at the sight of Lu Ming. He brandished his sanguine sword, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A sanguine sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! The blood-red light collapsed. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt his arm go numb. The seventh blood sword's combat strength was even above the little demon lord's. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, figures flashed through the surrounding palace. There were Talisman Amulet sect disciples and people from the other three factions. Talisman Amulet sect disciples, gather together. Lu Ming shouted. Three-eyed God race's arrival. Take down those Talisman sect disciples. A blood-robed youth called out. It was Blood Sword 9. Vajra, go and help. Lu Ming shouted. Alright, Blood Sword 9, your opponent is me. King Kong roared and pounced at Blood Sword 9. They immediately fought. King Kong, are you crazy? Our opponent is Lu Ming. Blood Sword 9 roared. You dare to fight with my boss? I'll cripple you. King Kong roared and clawed out continuously, covering Blood Sword 9. No matter how Blood Sword 9's sword light flickered, he couldn't break through. Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the others were all shocked. The demon race's proud son of heaven, Vajra, actually called Lu Ming boss and sided with him. What was going on? Die! Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons and clawed at Blood Sword 7. The 7th sanguine sword's body flashed with a blood-red light. The blood-red golden light was extremely sharp as it slashed toward Lu Ming. The two of them fought, and the rumbles continued. Figures flickered around him. Lu Ming saw Brother Litian and another demon race prodigy, the man in green. King Kong, what's the meaning of this? The green-robed young man of the demon clan rushed toward King Kong. What do you mean? Get lost! The Vajra roared. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river diagram flew out of Lu Ming's glabella and wrapped around the 7th blood sword. The 7th sanguine sword was shocked. He instinctively felt that the painting was very dangerous. He retreated quickly and slashed out sword light to split the mountain and river painting. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out toward the 7th blood sword, forcing him to retreat. Kill! Lu Ming surrounded himself with the mountain and river diagram to protect his vital points. Then, he launched a violent attack on the 7th sanguine sword, ignoring his defense. The 7th blood sword fought back, but the mountain and river diagram didn't move at all when the sword light hit it. Bang! Blood Sword 7 was shocked and was hit by the 9 dragons' claws. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. He did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and he rushed to where Blood Sword 9 was and met up with him. Lu Ming stepped into the void and came to King Kong's side. The two sides were in a confrontation. Li Tian's brother stood in the distance and did not make a move. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Ming had killed the little demon lord and restrained the Vajra. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. King Kong, how dare you betray the demon race and help Lu Ming? Do you want to die? The green-robed demon youth shouted coldly. What are you shouting for? I'm all alone in the demon race. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to join Lu Ming's side now. What's wrong with that? King Kong opened his mouth and looked at the young man in green with disdain. You. The green-robed youth's face turned ashen. You're looking for death. Lu Ming suddenly roared. Not far away, a paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect was about to kill a Talisman sect disciple who was flying over. A long spear appeared and instantly crossed the void, killing the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Whoever dares to kill the disciples of my Talisman Amulet sect will die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the audience. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Blood Sword 9 shouted. Oh, really? Let's see who will die. Lu Ming strode toward Blood Sword 9. Sanguine Sword 9 launched an explosive attack, but just like Sanguine Sword 7, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He launched a fierce attack, causing Sanguine Sword 9 to vomit blood. He could only turn around and escape. Blood Sword 7 and Blood Sword 9's expressions were ugly. They did not dare to fight Lu Ming. The green-robed young man from the demon clan was extremely fearful and kept his distance from Lu Ming. If any of you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the entire scene. The supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Heavenly Demon Valley stayed far away. They were extremely afraid. No one dared to stop the Talisman Sect's disciples. Very soon, the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples gathered around Lu Ming. There were 5 to 6 people less than before. It was obvious that these 5 to 6 people had already fallen. This made Lu Ming's eyes turn gloomy. He pondered how to keep all the geniuses from the 3 parties. Buzz. At this moment, Bai Qishue's inheritance seemed to have reached a critical moment. The energy fluctuations from her body were getting stronger and stronger, and the golden light spread far and wide. From a distance, they could see that the surroundings of the palace were originally filled with great arrays. At this time, those great arrays were glowing and collapsing one by one. This place had become an ordinary land, and the formation had disappeared. All around, everyone was watching from afar. The people from the Empyrean Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley were very unwilling and wanted to cause trouble. However, with Lu Ming eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey in the Vajra, they did not dare to make a move. After a while, the energy fluctuation on Bai Qishue's body decreased and the golden light faded away. When the golden light was gone, Bai Qishue opened her eyes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bai Qishue. Bai Qishue seemed to know nothing. She was a little confused. She looked around and then stood up as if she had remembered something. Qishue, how is it? Lu Ming moved and came to Bai Qishue's side. Fortunately, I seem to have obtained the inheritance of a senior. Bai Qishue blinked her eyes and looked a little confused. Lu Ming was speechless. Bai Qishue had obtained the inheritance of a 9th-level alchemist. Did she not know about it? There seems to be a lot of new things in my head that I need to digest. Bai Qishue said. Lu Ming nodded. It was true. It was just like when he first received the legacy from Lian Song. It was impossible to increase his combat strength so quickly. He needed time to understand it. It would be very helpful for his future cultivation. The other disciples of the Talisman sect all looked at Bai Qishue with envy. With the inheritance of a 9th-level alchemist, Bai Qishue was destined to rise in the future. As for the other 3 forces, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It was not a good thing for the other 3 forces that Bai Qishue had received the inheritance of the emperor. In the future, when she rose to power, she was destined to be on the opposite side of the 3 forces. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent explosion came from the distance. The voice came from outside the palace. The earth rumbled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Even the void was shaking violently. Then, powerful auras shot up into the sky like smoke. What's going on? Everyone present was shocked. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the people from the three forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace who had stayed outside the formation. Now that the formation had collapsed, there was naturally no one who could stop them. Three-eyed God race. It's the three-eyed God race. After those people flew over, their faces were filled with panic. Everyone else's faces changed as well. They then saw that on the ground and in the air, there were many tall and burly three-eyed gods riding on a huge demonic beast. These demonic beasts were similar to the three-eyed god race. Their bodies were covered in scales and they had two long horns like water buffaloes. And NBSP, the three-eyed god race had completely surrounded them. These three-eyed gods have been eyeing this ruin for a long time. They probably want to surround us and kill us. Once the formation collapses, they'll charge out. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He could sense many powerful auras among the three-eyed god race. Chapter 929 Chaotic Slaughter. Some of the auras were extremely thick and gave off a powerful pressure. Not only were there 7th-level spirit embryo realm cultivators, but there were even stronger ones. Boom! 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 The three-eyed god's mount trembled as it stomped through the air, carrying with it a heaven-shaking killing intent. Human brat, how dare you use my race as your hunting target? Today, I'll bury you here. And NBSP, kill. A thunderous voice boomed from the three-eyed god race, causing one's eardrums to buzz. What do we do? Some people were terrified. There were simply too many three-eyed gods, and their experts were as numerous as the clouds. It was impossible for them to charge out. Could it be that they were going to die here today? Brother Litian, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the geniuses of the monster race all had ugly expressions. No way. Don't tell me I'm going to die here today. Vajra looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. Don't resist. Lu Ming looked at Bai Qixue and the rest. Ah. The Talisman sect disciples looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew towards the Talisman amulet sect disciples. Remember, don't resist. With that, the mountain and river diagram glowed and rolled up the Talisman amulet sect's disciples, taking them into the mountain and river diagram. Is this a spatial treasure? King Kong's eyes almost popped out. The others looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes filled with greed. Kill. Don't leave a single one. One of the most muscular three-eyed gods waved his hand, and a group of three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming's group on their water buffalo-like mounts. There were about 200 people, but each one of them exuded a terrifying aura. The pressure on their bodies was like a tide, surging towards them. Every single one of them was an expert above the spirit embryo realm. What do we do? What do we do? A Heaven's Pride expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace shouted in fear. There was no way to retreat, because there were three-eyed god race experts everywhere. They were already surrounded, and there were experts no matter where they retreated. Kill. In an instant, there were already experts who rushed over. Kill. Brother Litian and the others shouted. They had no choice but to fight. Human brat, die. A burly three-eyed god with a battle axe in his hand and a mount charged toward Lu Ming, swinging his axe down at his head. This was a three-eyed god at the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and his fist was as heavy as a mountain, crushing down on the three-eyed god. The three-eyed god's body was punched through by Lu Ming and he died on the spot. And NBSP, the devouring power erupted, completely devouring the three-eyed god's blood essence. You're looking for death. When the other three-eyed god saw this, he pulled on his mount and charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 3 people, and they were all at the 6th level spirit embryo realm. A long spear, and an iron hammer. 3 types of weapons were thrown at Lu Ming. Boss, let me help you. The Vajra let out a long howl and charged towards a three-eyed god with a spear in his hand. His claw light slashed out and shattered the attack of the other party. The three-eyed god's face changed drastically as a beam of light shot out from his third eye. His mount also roared and charged at King Kong with its sharp horns. These three-eyed gods were not on the same level as the ones that Lu Ming had encountered before. These three-eyed gods were even stronger, and they were clearly the elites of the three-eyed god race. And NBSP, at the same time, the other 2 three-eyed gods also began to charge at the Vajra. Die! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst forth, blasting toward the 2 three-eyed god race beings. The 2 three-eyed gods, including their mounts, trembled and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Die! Lu Ming burst out with 5 rays of dragon energy and his strength increased greatly. In a flash, he charged at his opponent. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive palm strikes landed on 2 three-eyed gods, splitting them into pieces. Even their mounts were killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the spear-wielding three-eyed god had also been killed by the Vajra. The commotion they were making had attracted the attention of the other three-eyed gods. A few burly three-eyed gods glared at Lu Ming and King Kong coldly. You're looking for death. Charge! He said coldly. The three-eyed gods commanded their mounts to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he transformed into the 9 dragons and charged toward the group of three-eyed gods with Vajra. Roar! Devour! The 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying devouring power erupted. Some of the three-eyed god race beings at the 1st and 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm were unable to control their bodies. They felt their blood essence and power being devoured by the 9 dragons. They screamed in horror as they watched their life force slip away. Even those three-eyed gods above the 3rd level of spirit embryo realm were terrified. Enveloped by the devouring power, their breathing became unstable, and their blood essence seemed to be about to burst out of their bodies. Boom! 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 Following that, they were greeted by Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The terrifying power struck them, and all those below the 5th level spirit embryo realm exploded, their blood essence and energy devoured by the 9 dragons. As for those at the 5th level of spirit embryo realm and above, they also vomited blood and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps combined with the devouring power was simply a large-scale killing weapon. Kill him. Let's work together and kill him. A few of the 6th and 7th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods bellowed in rage and charged at Lu Ming. Vajra. You enter the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram danced and wrapped around the Vajra. Vajra's expression changed. He relaxed his body and mind. Suddenly, a force pulled Vajra and put him into the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram immediately surrounded the bodies of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and charged towards the three-eyed god. The 9 dragon claws kept striking out. 2 three-eyed gods of the 6th level spirit embryo realm were killed in a row. Bang! Bang! All around, the attacks of the three-eyed god race landed on the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram trembled slightly, but it was blocked. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and charged at a 7th-tier spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. With a claw, he pierced through the heart of the three-eyed god. The devouring power continued to erupt, devouring the three-eyed god. Boom! A black iron hammer heavily hit the mountain and river diagram, causing it to fluctuate. The other three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm held a metal hammer and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Earth Essence Realm, die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with greed. This three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm cultivated the earth concept. Lu Ming had to kill him. Lu Ming pounced on the other party. The other party was frightened and retreated quickly. Die. Human, go to hell. A long spear and a saber struck the mountain and river diagram heavily, causing it to fluctuate violently. Waves of energy passed through the mountain and river diagram and hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he offset this force. It seems that the defense of the mountain and river diagram changes according to my cultivation. My current cultivation is still low, so the defensive ability of the mountain and river diagram is not very high. If the opponent is much stronger than me, I will not be able to resist it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Chapter 930 Refuge. The two three-eyed gods were only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but they were able to send their power through the mountain and river diagram to hit Lu Ming. Of course, it had been greatly weakened by the mountain and river diagram and could not cause any harm to Lu Ming. However, if it was someone stronger, such as the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, it might cause harm to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He ignored the attacks of the two 8th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods and focused on the 7th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. The 9 dragon claws were all using the prison suppressing heavenly art as they charged at each other. Bang! The other party used his huge iron hammer to block, but it was useless. The huge iron hammer was sent flying by Lu Ming. The dragon claw grabbed the other party's body. The other party roared and flew 100 meters away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he did not die. The Earth Essence Realm's defensive power is indeed powerful. However, he still has to die. The dragon's claws stepped in the air, and with a twist of its body, it appeared in front of the opponent in an instant, clawing out again. Poochie! The claw pierced through his opponent and killed him. Lu Ming devoured all his blood essence and energy. While Lu Ming was killing, screams could be heard from other directions. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley were all killed on the spot. Some of them were peerless geniuses in the outside world. There were even god-level geniuses, but their lives were like grass and they were killed mercilessly. Lu Ming saw Blood Sword 9's blood-colored sword light crisscrossing and his entire body suffused with blood chi. He had killed a three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, but his head had been chopped off by an expert at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. The 63rd on the list of top 1,000 talents had fallen. Go, retreat. Go to those palaces. Brother Litian and the 7th Sanguine Swordsman roared and rushed out of the encirclement, rushing toward the palace. And NBSP, there were many wondrous things within those palaces that might be able to stop the three-eyed god race. Whoosh! At this moment, a saber cut through the void and slashed at the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram shook violently, and a powerful force poured into the bodies of the 9 dragons. It even cut open the scales of the 9 dragons and left a wound. 9th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was shocked. One of them was at least 6 meters tall and was riding a huge mount. He held a saber in his hand and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Kill! He roared and his saber cut through the void, slashing at Lu Ming again. Boom! The mountain and river diagram shook violently. A terrifying saber chi passed through the mountain and river diagram and cut the bodies of the 9 dragons, leaving another wound. The 9th level of the spirit embryo realm is too strong. Even the mountain and river diagram can't block it. Retreat first. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In the spirit embryo realm, the gap between each stage was extremely huge. Only a rare person like him who cultivated a god-grade technique, had 2 god-grade bloodlines, and had extremely powerful bloodline martial techniques could cross 5 stages and kill an opponent. However, Lu Ming was helpless against an 8th-level spirit embryo realm cultivator, while a 9th-level spirit embryo realm cultivator could easily kill him. Let's go. Lu Ming moved and dashed toward the palaces. The palace he had chosen was the one he had obtained the mountain and river diagram from. The strength of the puppets in the palace would change according to their cultivation level. Lu Ming believed that the 3-eyed god would not be able to charge in. Stop him. The 3-eyed god expert at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm let out an angry roar. A few 3-eyed gods at the 8th tier of the spirit embryo realm kept on attacking Lu Ming, but they were all blocked by the mountain and river diagram. Get lost. Lu Ming charged forward with all his might, breaking through the obstacles and rushing into the palace. He then transformed into his human form and rushed forward. In front of him, 2 puppets appeared. They glanced at Lu Ming with cold eyes and then stepped aside. He seemed to have recognized Lu Ming and did not stop him. Lu Ming was overjoyed and rushed over. Behind them, the other 3-eyed gods rushed forward, but the puppets moved. They turned into terrifying attacks and charged towards the 3-eyed gods. Lu Ming heard a blood-curdling scream. It seemed like one of the 3-eyed gods had been killed. As expected, the puppets here would adjust their strength according to the cultivation level of the people who entered. Lu Ming walked into the secret room below. Just like the last time, puppets appeared, but they gave way to Lu Ming after a quick glance. Lu Ming arrived at the passageway without any obstacles. The puppets on both sides of the passage only glanced at Lu Ming and stood there without moving. Lu Ming's path was smooth, and he arrived at the secret chamber where he had obtained the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. This place should be safe. Let's refine the energy first. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began refining. This time, he had devoured quite a lot of energy and was constantly being refined. I've made a breakthrough in the earth concept. It's now at the peak of the 2nd level. Lu Ming had an idea. At the same time, the energy was constantly being refined and transformed into true essence, which poured into the spirit embryo. In his dantian, his spirit embryo was beating as if it was nurturing a life. As true essence poured in and was continuously condensed, the spirit embryo's size was also slowly shrinking. A day later, the aura on Lu Ming's body surged. 3rd level spirit embryo realm. After refining this energy, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. The energy I devoured this time is just enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. Inside, there are 2 3-eyed gods at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 at the 6th level, and dozens of 5th level spirit embryo realm and below. That's just enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. The energy I need is so much. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he didn't devour a 3rd-eye god of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, he wouldn't be able to break through. Of the 4 intents, the earth intent has reached the peak of the 2nd level beginning, while the thunder and wind intents are still at the peak of the 2nd level beginning. However, the wind intent has broken through and reached the lower tier of the 2nd level. Most of the 3-eyed gods I just killed cultivated the wind intent. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons hasn't been upgraded. The amount of blood essence required is even more terrifying. Let's go into the mountain and river diagram first to take a look at Qi Shui and the others. After that, I'll stabilize my foundation here, condense my true energy and will, and then break out of here. His cultivation had increased by 1 level and he was now at the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. With the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming was confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape. With a single thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, he saw Bai Qixue and the other talisman amulet sect disciples flying around in the vast land. After a long time, some people finally noticed Lu Ming and gathered around him. Zongzi. Lu Ming Zongzi. The talisman sect disciples saluted Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with envy, shock, and gratitude. They were envious of a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. However, Lu Ming had saved them time and time again. They were extremely grateful to him. Lu Ming, this must be a grotto heaven treasure. I didn't expect that there would be such a wondrous treasure in the world. Bai Qixue also flew over and looked at Lu Ming with shock in her eyes. This was simply a world of its own. Who wouldn't be shocked? Boss, you're amazing. You even have such a treasure. King Kong stepped on the void and rushed over. He looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Looking at Vajra's appearance, the talisman sect disciples admired Lu Ming even more. He could even subdue the demon race's prodigy. "3 months. All of you can stay here and cultivate for the time being. We're currently being surrounded by the three-eyed god race. I'll hide in a palace and charge out after a while," Lu Ming said. "Zongzi, you have to be careful," a talisman sect disciple asked worriedly. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled and then looked at Bai Qixue, "Let's go to the side." Then, he walked to the side, followed by Bai Qixue. The others were tactful and did not disturb him, each finding a place to cultivate. "Qixue, you must have obtained the inheritance of the emperor, right?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, that's right. It's a pity that there are still many things that I can't see. My current cultivation is still too low," Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. For example, when he obtained the legacy of Liansong had set a seal for him. On the path of cultivation, one could not aim too high. One had to take it one step at a time and walk up step by step to reach the peak. If one saw too many things at once, one would be confused and lose one's direction. "Qixue, how much luck did you get?" Lu Ming was somewhat curious. How many points of luck could one gain from an emperor's legacy? 50,000. Bai Qixue blinked her eyes and said. Although she was trying her best to hold it in, she could still see the excitement in her eyes. 50,000. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He did not think that Bai Qixue had gained too much, but too little. When he had obtained the mountain and river diagram, he had obtained 100,000 fate points. In that case, the value of the mountain and river diagram was even more valuable than the inheritance of an emperor. "Lu Ming, how many points of luck have you obtained?" Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming curiously. She was eager to try and surpass him. "A few 100,000. Lu Ming said casually. 10. 100,000. Bai Qixue was tongue-tied, and finally, she felt dejected. Lu Ming secretly laughed. This little girl wanted to compete with him. "Alright, you've obtained the emperor's inheritance. Cultivate well. I'm going out." With that, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. He returned to the secret chamber and put away the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly, stabilizing his foundation. Time flew by and half a month passed. At this moment, Lu Ming was ready to go out. Now that his cultivation had advanced to the third level of the spirit embryo realm, he was confident that with the mountain and river diagram protecting him, even a 9th level spirit embryo realm expert wouldn't be able to hurt him. Lu Ming came out of the palace and flew above one of the palaces to look outside. Outside, it was completely empty. Not a single three-eyed god could be seen. The three-eyed god race had all left. Lu Ming guessed that there were many people participating in the War of Providence. Seeing that they could not find them, the three-eyed god race left to hunt down the others. I don't know if Brother Litian and the seventh sanguine swordsman were killed or if they managed to escape. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they still didn't encounter any three-eyed gods. At this moment, Lu Ming found a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He told the Talisman Amulet sect disciples that he was out of danger and asked if they wanted to go out. Everyone naturally wanted to go out. The purpose of participating in the Battle of Providence was to find opportunities. If they were to hide here, they might as well not have participated in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming moved everyone out of the mountain and river diagram. How about this? During this period of time, let's move together and search for opportunities. After that, we will gather even more symbol puppet sect disciples. What do you think? Lu Ming suggested. Is Lu Ming Zongzi coming with us? That's great. The Talisman sect disciples were overjoyed. They had already witnessed how powerful Lu Ming was. With Lu Ming, their chances of obtaining opportunities would be higher and the chances of encountering danger would be lower. Lu Ming nodded. This was not due to his sudden kindness. He did this for two reasons. First, he had to win the hearts of the people. These young geniuses would definitely be the pillars of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. If he wanted to control the Talisman Amulet sect in the future, it would be very important to gain the support of these geniuses. If he did them a favor now, they would naturally be loyal to him in the future. Secondly, the more fate energy the Talisman Amulet sect obtained, the more beneficial it would be to the entire sect. Naturally, it would be beneficial to Lu Ming as well. Why would he not do it? Alright, we'll look for opportunities while you guys contact the Talisman sect disciples nearby. Lu Ming said. In this world, the transmission distance of a Jade voice transmission talisman was greatly suppressed. The transmission distance was less than 1/10 or even 1/100th of the outside world. Even a high-level Jade voice transmission talisman could only contact people within a radius of 100,000 miles. With everything planned out, everyone began to move. Following that, Lu Ming led the group to search for some strange places to explore while contacting other members of the Talisman sect. As time passed, more and more Talisman Amulet sect disciples gathered. Everyone's respect and gratitude for Lu Ming grew. Lu Ming's ability was recognized by everyone. During this period, they explored several strange places and obtained quite a few opportunities. They also encountered some dangers, such as the pursuit of the three-eyed god race. However, under Lu Ming's lead, they managed to overcome them one by one. Lu Ming naturally won the hearts of the people. As time passed, Lu Ming understood more about this world. During this period of time, he captured a few three-eyed gods alive and obtained a lot of information from them. This world was very vast. The three-eyed god race's royal city was located in the center of this world. Within the three-eyed god race's capital, there were many powerful experts. With the royal city as the center, it was divided into 4 major areas. Lu Ming and the rest had been active in the eastern area. There must be even more heaven's favorites in the other 3 directions. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence had begun. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. His body glowed and a dragon's roar could be heard. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's aura surged. However, in the next moment, his aura was concealed again. Lu Ming opened his eyes. 4th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the past few months, he hadn't killed many three-eyed gods. Most of them were cultivated by himself, and he had made great progress. The 4 intents had all entered the lower tier of the 3rd level. Today, his cultivation had also broken through to the 4th level spirit embryo realm, and his foundation was extremely stable. At the spirit embryo realm, it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. In the outside world, even geniuses would find it difficult to break through a level without a few years. As for some of the more ordinary spirit embryo experts, it was normal for them to spend decades or even centuries to break through one tier. It was already very fast for Lu Ming to be able to break through one level within 3 months by relying on his own hard work. And NBSP, this was also due to the excellent cultivation environment and the fact that he had devoured a few three-eyed gods. Other people might not have such a speed. Moreover, the higher one went, the slower one's cultivation would be. Not far away, some talisman amulet sect disciples were cultivating, while others were patrolling the area. In 3 months, they had already gathered more than 60 talisman amulet sect disciples. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.